do, please try to finalize. Today, there's also tomorrow, and also there's Sunday. Try your very best to finalize, but if possible, it's good you finish by today. You finish everything by today, that will be much better. Otherwise, for those who never succeeded to join, there will also be another class you're going to run next week. In case you have been here listening to us and maybe you never succeeded to join, so we'll also ensure that in the next run that we'll be able to ensure that you'll be there for next week. So having said so, but for those who are already in, please try your very best to finalize on the remaining days. I know some are stuck in day 2, some on day 3. Try your very best to finalize all the activities. Also do the evaluation that is also expected after you finish doing from day 1 up to day 5. So just try your very best, pambana tu pole pole until the end. You'll get the drill is the same. Just remember, mahali where people are stuck more is usually the discussion forum, and the condition ile too. Answer the question. Remember 2 replies per participant. And in short, 2 replies to the to 2 participants. Sorry, a reply to a participant. In total, there should be 2. I don't know if I'm communicating. In total per question, at least minimum of 3 replies. 1 to the facilitator and 2 that will go to 2 different participants. And once you do that, and you do for the next question and the next question in the same discussion forum, then the next module or the next day will open automatically. So for now, I wouldn't wish to take much time, just as we had indicated yesterday. So maybe I would wish to allow 1 or 2 people to share what we learned yesterday. And in case there are also others who would also wish to share something they would wish to be addressed, they can also share. So we have got like 8 minutes for doing that before 8:30, so that we allow now our facilitator to come in. So the floor is open. The floor is open. Yes, I can see you, Ruben. Ruben, please share something that you also learned yesterday. Ruben, tell us something.
Thank you. And first of all, I want to say thank you and thank God for this day, and also to the members and also to the facilitators. I think yesterday was a very good day for us, and I really felt I learned a lot, especially on the defense mechanism. And again, in terms of stages of development, because most of the things that we learned yesterday in the stages of development brought it very clear that some of these things that we have or we experience during childhood are manifesting themselves at later ages or at adulthood level, and sometimes these are the things that are affecting us at the workplace. So I think yesterday was a good day, and for me, I really learned a lot. And now at least I know how to manage and even understand that some of the people that we have at work, maybe they are suffering from things that were repressed during the childhood stages, and these are things that are manifesting themselves at adulthood stage. So it is now, we need now to know how we handle people at workplace. Thank you.
So thank you, Ruben. Thank you, Ruben, for sharing that. And indeed, what you're saying is very true. All of us somehow we could picture something about ourselves during the development stage. And definitely now it's good when you're empowered. We now know better how to handle such kind of situations. And also, if also our colleagues, we could identify some of those signs, then we also know how maybe to assist them, and also we can also understand them better. So thank you, Ruben, for contributing to that. So somebody else also, somebody else who can also share what they learned yesterday. What are the insights? What are the insights? Now, do I pick people? Inaonekana watu wanataka kuchukuliwa hapa. Have to pick people. Okay, let's begin with I know Mohammed always loves to share. Mohammed, are you there, a spiritual leader from there, from Muslim Brothers? Karibu, Mohammed. Oh, there's PK. Is PK speaking? PK,
Yes.
continue.
I wanted to share about the defense mechanism. And I realize it is important for one to be self-aware about situation analyzing, so that we then don't add up on adding on the daily stresses that we have. Would rather address issues as they arise. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you, PK. Sorry, it's only that my screen currently, I can only see you as initials. I can only see the initials, but definitely what you're saying is that there is a need. Peter?
My name is Peter from NYS.
Yes, so what I've gathered from you, you've said is that it's also good to always address issues as they arise. That way, instead of postponing them, so it's good to address them as they arise. Okay, so thank you, PK. Okay, somebody else.
Oh, you are connection.
Yes, Mohammed. Is it Mohammed?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Karibu. Sorry, on my end, I'm just seeing now initials. Okay, so I'm just seeing YM, and I'm guessing it's you. Okay, Karibu.
Yes, yeah, Mohammed, yes, sir. So yesterday was good. Even the times when we come to discussing about the mental disorders. When position I receive different types of complaints from officers on concerning salary issues, others disciplinary issues. So when you receive someone comes about when he misses salary or has some disciplinary issues, that type the anxiety has sometimes difficult to hold or maintain or make that person to understand something. But from yesterday class, I have gathered some things, maybe for first step, someone you have to listen his current situations, then give him hope. Also another thing. Yeah, the class is going so far. I really appreciate to be part of the team, and I say everyone, thank you, especially you. Yeah.
So thank you very much, Mohammed, and I can see you have also weighed in on matters mental disorders, and also that we also need to take a little bit concern about them. Not a little bit, but we should be concerned about them, and also there's a way it manifests itself in the workplace. And I know as we continue addressing them, then definitely, and it's also good when you have been, now we know. So thank you very much, Mohammed. Can we also have a voice from our sisters? We need a voice from our sisters. Can we have voice from our sisters also? Now the brothers have been, they have talked heavily here. At least one person to represent, that is our sisters. Wako wapi? Morning.
I can just say something on behalf of the sisters.
Yes.
We learned about symptoms of depression.
Symptoms of
depression.
Oh, depression. Yeah, continue.
So the teacher was giving an example whereby if I was a lady and I used to comb my hair nicely, then tomorrow you'll find me now I'm having the matutas and I'm not even happy with anything. Are you hearing me? Hello?
Mitch, somebody is coming here or alikuwa ananiuliza kitu. Just come back again. Sorry for that.
Okay. The teacher gave an example whereby being a lady, I'm a fashion somebody. Oh, I used to comb my hair or wear a wig the way I am, but tomorrow you'll find me with a lot of matutas, all those lines, or unkempt hair. That was one depression mood. Then he gave us another example whereby there are changes in appetite. There is also fatigue or loss of energy. And also there is sleeping too much or too little. That is what I can remember. Thank you.
But I do believe the rest of the colleagues have also had. Is my colleague hapa alikuwa ameingia kidogo requesting for some way forward. But thank you Mitch for the contribution and matters depression, and indeed I don't think so. We will pray a lot that if issues can be addressed beforehand, before somebody gets to the happens, then definitely that's why the counselors are there. And also that's why also we are there also to assist people to become mental champions, to ensure things do not deteriorate to such kind of a level. So thank you very much, Mitch. So karibu sana. So at this particular point, let me ask now Caleb to upload the slides so that I can see it's already 8:31. So that now we can invite our facilitator, Madam Esther Kenyanjui, now to take over the session. Otherwise, thank you all of you for all your contributions. Thank you very much. I do appreciate. So Caleb, you can upload the slides, and then I'll be able to invite Madam Esther Kenyanjui. She's also from the State Department of Public Service. Yes, Caleb. Okay, so there we are. So today we'll be taken through life skills. So at 11, we'll also meet Elkanah Nandwa, and we'll be able to go through problem solving and decision making. But for now, I would wish to invite Madam Kenyanjui to be able to take us through time management and stress. Time management and stress management.
So thank you, Moses. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yes, and that is good response.
Good morning to you.
Good morning too.
Okay, morning.
Yes, so this is a good morning, although it's a bit chilly here in Nairobi. And I trust despite the weather, we'll be in a position to work together and share what we have. And let me appreciate every one of us for making it this early. Yeah, I know we have so much that is on our plate, and we know adult learning can also be challenging. But I've been following on, and I have realized that we are very committed, we are dedicated students. Hata kama ni masomo ya Gumbaro, we are able to pick up and also even do it online, which we can say it has not been a very easy way, but in one way or another, we have managed. I am not very aware whether we are all here or we still have a number that is going to join us. I'm seeing like we are 35 in number.
Yes, but 35, more than 35, but 35.
Yeah, I can see 35 have actually, they're in class. So I can see we are 36. So I'm hoping the others will join quickly. If you have a colleague, you have a friend, reach out to them.
Of course, they are joining as we move on.
Yeah, so they're joining as we move on. And I know this is a topic that concerns us all, since it is a way of life. Time is a way of life. And we realize that you're talking of time management as a life skill. And we are looking at stress management as well. And I believe why we are especially focusing on time is because being public servants, we must realize that time is also a resource. Yeah, time is a resource, and it impacts very well into our productivity if well managed. At the same time, especially in the public service, we are aware that we have very many time wasters. Yeah, we have many things that eat into our time. So I think it is a concern for everyone. Then we also realize that stress If you're living in this world in one way or another, you have to come along stress. And life without stress then is not life. It's only that probably if you're not in a position to manage it well, that is when it becomes a challenge, and it affects our productivity, it affects work performance, and not only that, at the long run, it affects our health. Yeah, so we are saying that true, we need to know that stress is yet to be with us. I do not know whether you have any person who has never been stressed in life. Hata wale wadogo kabisa. Actually, I get amused because even the small children nowadays, they know how to say ati, mama nani stress. Ama teacher nani stress, hata niko na stress. I don't even know where they came to know about this terminology stress, because those of my time, of those whom we are of the same age and others just below us, hiyo stress tumejua tukiwa tu watu wazima. Yeah, so but we are in agreement that stress will always be there. It only matters on how we manage it. And if not well managed, it has very tough repercussions. Yeah, it eats into our time, it eats into our health, it eats into our productivity, even our productive period. It also eats into our families and relationships. And basically, that is where we are realizing it is a very, very, very important topic or topical issue that we need to really understand. Besides that, because we are mental health champions, we need to know, when do we say now that this person is stressed? And when do we say now that this person has depression? Yeah. So very key for us as mental health champions to realize that most of the issues that we'll be handling, or when we're identifying officers who need further assistance, most of them will come with symptoms of stress. But besides that, some could be stress, but some could be much deeper. I'm aware Mr. Umbima and even Madam Grace, I think, took you through mental health disorders, mental health and mental health disorders as well. And therefore, you are able to realize that then when it comes to mental health disorders, it could be more deep, it could be more intensive, and could be having further health implication. But when stress is not managed well, that is when it will spill to depression. So I would wish we start, and feel free as we continue to engage. Let us make this session interactive. We realize that we have an outline, and our session outline, we look at the introduction of stress. We'll also be having definitions of terminologies like stress. We are going to look at the stressors, which I know, yeah, we know them very well. We also are going to look at what are the physical symptoms of stress? What do you look at? Just when you look at me, can you tell whether I'm stressed? When you look at your friend, when you look at your wife, can you tell whether they are stressed? Then mental symptoms of stress, other issues, and how to manage the stress, and especially management more on preventive measures that can help us not to drain or not to actually get drowned with stress. Then we look at the concepts of time management and why time management is important. Yeah, characteristics of time, and African concept of time versus the European concept of time. But mostly what we really need to get into our grip is actually how do we get to know that we are stressed, and how do we manage this stress? And then time management. Yeah, how do you manage your time, and why is it important to manage time, and which are the time wasters that we can look at, because we know there are quite a number, and we have been victims of this. So that is the session outline. We can look at the next slide. Yes, we have our objectives, and we are saying by the end of this session, each participant should be able to define stress and time. Yeah, explain the sources of stress, explain or identify time wasters and explain, describe the symptoms of stress, discuss the importance of stress management. And I'm sure when we shall be discussing the importance, we shall also be looking at the techniques to apply for stress management. And then also we'll be in a position to discuss the importance of time management and also discuss mechanisms of coping with stress. Thank you. So those are the session objectives. You can move to the next slide. We are going to have a brief background, and we are going to look at what is this stress. And I think I have shared there previously and said that every one of us has had stress. And therefore, we just say that stress is a normal part of life. And I'm sure even this morning, there are those of us who are already feeling stressed. They're already feeling that there's too much on my plate. And stress can come at any time. And it is normal to have that stress because stress also helps us to learn and grow. And it can also cause us significant problems. So basically, we are saying there's a stress that is good and there's a stress that is bad. Stress releases powerful neurochemicals and hormones that prepare us for action. It is either to fight or flee. There are times that we have been under stress, and we are saying there are very powerful neurochemicals that are released. They either tell us, these hormones tell us, fight or flee. Maybe we can look at a scenario where we have probably relationships issues between spouses, and one decides when the quarrel comes up, there are those who decide to give a slap, and others even fight. Yeah, but there are those who choose to take off because that is those neurochemicals, those the brain transmitters and the hormones can prepare you for any. You can decide either to fight, to live there and fight. Others decide to take off. Or even take an example of a dog that just wants to, it is a fierce dog and wants to bite you. It comes barking. Immediately you're filled with stress because you sense danger. Your brain tells you this is danger. There's somebody who decides even to remove their shoe and hit the dog, or get the nearest stone and hit the dog. There are those who take off. So that is what we mean, that you can either decide to flee, to take off, or even to engage. And to engage, basically this time, is to fight. Worse still, we realize and we say that if action is not taken, stress can lead to health issues. It can create worse health issues, worse health problems. If stress is not managed at an early stage, it can lead you to depression. And of course, now when it comes to depression, this is a psychiatric issue that will require further psychological assessment and even administration of drugs. And probably if it was curtailed earlier, or if the stress was dealt with or managed well, it could not lead to this. However, we realize that this prolonged, uninterrupted, unexpected, and unmanaged stress is the most damaging type of stress. When you talk of prolonged, sometimes we have stress that comes one after another, a stressor after another stressor. For example, you have lost a loved one. In the process of losing a loved one, by the time you're burying them, you get somebody else who is unwell in the family, or you also fall ill. At the same period of time, you hear of a road accident, and it is involving a family member. At the same period of time, probably you lose your job. So this person, year after year, or month after month, they are dealing with very acute stressors. And this is what we are saying. It can be very damaging. And if you have no way of managing it, and you also probably do not have a family support system, this can weigh you down. Then we also have uninterrupted stress. That is, there are times you can be stressed, but it is interrupted. For example, probably you have lost a loved one, very loved one. Then in the process, you didn't have a job, you get a job. Though even getting that job can also come with some stress, but you realize that in its own way, it has interrupted that stress. So it is not so prolonged, but something good has come in between. So that one is not as damaging as that one which is so prolonged. Then sometimes unexpected, yeah, the things that just happen, bang, and boom. So unexpected, it can throw you off balance, especially if you have no way to manage it. But what we are saying is that all stress that is not managed can be very damaging. And especially if you have challenges of having even more stressors in the family. Because being stressed at the workplace, well, you'll be stressed. But once you go back home and there's affection and there's warmth, it gives you a milestone. You're able to move on because even your family can help in one way or another to manage your stress. But if you're stressed at your workplace, and even as you go back at home, there's still more stress, it can be very dangerous because you realize that you have that uninterrupted stress because you have a lot of stress at work, you have a lot of stress at home, and therefore it can be very, very detrimental even in your workplace and even as you support and bring up your family. Our next slide. Good to note that stress is not always inevitable. It's not an inevitable consequence of an event. And we are saying it depends a lot on a person's perception of a situation. Therefore, very important for us to note that if a situation, if you're not able to cope, it becomes worse. But what basically we are saying here is that our response determines a lot on the effects that stress will have on us. Because that is where we are told that an event can be stressful, but there's perception and the response that persons give make all the difference. Basically, noting that is where we have some people, they're called natural warriors. Those people who worry over even small things. And these people who keep on worrying, or overthinkers, people who overthink a small situation, a small issue is, is actually analyzed and reanalyzed. It is taken through some critique aspects. It is looked at in very different ways. So what happens is that these people are more often than not affected more, because the way they respond to a stressful situation is not the way they respond, is not the way those people who seem not to worry respond. There are those who resolve those issues, even if they know hata kama si mzuri ni sawa tu, life goes on. But there are those, especially the perfectionists, who want things to be straight, and this should not have been done this way, or this kind of issue should have been dealt with this way. They overthink, they overcriticize, they overanalyze. That can become actually a problem, and it can cause difficulty situations. So what we are saying is that we have those people who are natural warriors, and even the way they respond to a stressful situation can have very detrimental results. And there are those who choose not to get disturbed over an issue, and they resolve the issue without a lot of overthinking, and therefore it becomes easy for them to cope. But if you are a person who looks at a situation from one corner to another, it can be overwhelming. So stress, normally we say, the way we respond to a stressful situations determines the effect that you're going to get. Let's move on. So basically we are saying, therefore, stress is a condition or a feeling experienced when a person believes he or she does not have capacity to cope with demands being placed on them in a certain situation. Yeah, I know we have all passed through this. For example, when you're given an assignment by your supervisor and you cannot tell head or tail, you feel so incapacitated. You feel you have no capacity. It can be a very stressful situation. You can have that assignment, unaiangalia, unarudisha kwa desk, but still know the time is coming when it has to be responded to. So this in itself, this feeling can be very overwhelming. Yeah. Like now we have children going to school, and you know how the economy has been. And here comes a toll or a bill, or we also have school fees. You have so many issues on your plate. You look at your salary and you're wondering, how do I cope? I don't feel like I have the capacity to cope with these demands. So that in itself is a condition or an experience that you can call stress. According to NIOSH 1999, job stress is the harmful physical and emotional responses that occur when requirements of the job do not match the capabilities, resources, or needs of the worker. Yeah, that one I have already shared, especially when it is about stress at the workplace, or what you're calling the job stress. You're given an assignment and you feel kabisa you have no capability, or you do not have the needs, the resources that are required to undertake that task. It can be very, very stressful, but there's always a way out, because you can always choose how to go about it. Then you have medical or the biological context of stress. We are saying it is physical, mental, or emotional factor that causes bodily or mental tension. And we are saying it can be external, that is from environment. It can be psychological. It can also be about what you're going through, illness, or a medical procedure. So more often than not, I don't know, you have seen sometimes people who have an allergy, and this is a medical stress. They get somewhere, for example, if you are asthmatic, this cold season, the moment that you think it is going to be cold in June or July, that is already some stress, because you know what it will cause you go through. The people who have other allergies of dust and even pollen, the pollen from the grains or the maize and all that, it already tells you, and this person really gets stressed. sometimes they don't even tell us, but when you share with them, they'll tell you, this season, I'm afraid it will not be well with me. It could also be a medical procedure, or it could be an illness. Sometimes there's some issues that we don't even share with people. You have gone to hospital, and probably you have been diagnosed to be having a condition. And these are not an issue that you can go screaming or telling people. So this can equally be very stressful. It is a medical stress. And some medical stresses, we don't even take them to hospital. Like now that we have cancer on the rise. Yeah. Ukisikia tu kitu kadogo unaanza kushanga, he, kwani hii nayo ni nini? You don't even say ni nini, even when you talk even to a family member, unaanza kusema sasa hii aka kauvimbe ni nini? And that can cause you a lot of stress, because those are the things that you have had people talk about. Oh, alienda akaambiwa hivi. Oh, when she went to hospital, she went to another hospital. So that medical stress can cause us a lot of emotional turmoil, and it can also be very overwhelming, even when you know you have a medical procedure. Like, for example, you have a patient ailing and with kidney failure. They've been going for dialysis, and you're set now for a transplant. The moment that you imagine the person who is giving the kidney is a family member, the person who is receiving the kidney is a family member, what is going to happen? And this can cause a lot of stressors for us. Thank you. Let us move to the next slide. Yeah, causes of stress. Yeah, I'm sure you can see all those causes of stress and you can identify with them, especially at workplace. Yeah, not even thinking about that you have more stress back at home. Hii tu ni ya hapa kazini. I know we have those who get stress from excessive workload. This can be especially so for high performers at workplace, because the supervisor delights a lot of pleasure in giving work to those who are good performers. So they are overloaded, one after another assignment. And sometimes this excessive workload can take toll on us. Then we're talking of tedious or meaningless tasks. Sometimes supervisors can realize there isn't much, but I need to keep these people busy in the office. How do I go about it? I'll give some meaningless tasks. Yeah, we need to do this. And I want it by 4 p.m. That can be tedious, it can be meaningless. And a time comes and you realize this kind of task was not really important, or it didn't make any meaning. It didn't go far. It was just within. And when the supervisor gets it, just puts it on the table and even forgets about it. Infrequent breaks. Yeah, when you have no breaks, and especially like now when you can even work from home, but you are glued to your laptop. Unreasonable performance demands. Yeah, constant sitting and lack of mobility, depending especially on your work and what you do. Unused job skills. You could be having a skill, but probably you are taken into a corner and those skills will never be put into use. It can really put you off, it can really stress you. Fear of layoff. I'm sure this is very common, and especially like now, when the KK government came in, and there was fear that we are going to have a lean public service. And when you imagine, the fear is not even being laid off, but the fear of what next. Yeah, I have a family, I have this and that, so it can really be stressful. Then we're talking of organizational practices. Some things that may not appear very serious, but they really put us off. And they can really throw us off balance. For example, favoritism at the workplace, where probably boss or the supervisor actually make sure that you don't get anything that can gain you, or you don't get any work that can assist even in growing the organization. So the aspect of favorism in the office, it can come in very many ways. It can come, this aspect of favorism is the worst in an office because it destroys an officer and can kill productivity at workplace. Inflexible rules, we know them. Low pay and benefits, poor supervision or ineffective supervision, job insecurity. This may not be very common in the public service, but in the private sector it is very common. Then responsibility without authority. Sometimes you're given responsibility, but it may not be parallel, or it may not be in tandem with any form of authority. So, and this in itself sometimes can put you down because you have no authority, but you're given so much responsibility that is even beyond your grade or wherever you are. Lack of input in decisions, or you're left out when decisions are being made, even in your organization. Yeah, these are practices that can really stress one, and you feel like you don't belong, and it can cause a lot of stress. Unclear responsibilities or expectations, because probably, especially where you have your supervisor or the person who supervises you, does not give very clear responsibilities, or you don't even know what is expected of you. Unafanya tu kazi, unaamuka, unakuja unafanya kazi, but you actually cannot tell what is expected of me. So everything is haphazard, and even if there are any responsibilities, they come in without any planning. Yeah, they are neither here, neither there. Poor chances of advancement or growth. This is especially career growth, and it can be very, very frustrating. If, for example, you are in a job group for 15 years, 18 years, we have seen very many people get this form of stress, and they choose to quit because they realize that they are not making any move in their career growth. So advancement or career growth, or advancement or growth in whatever area. Then multiple supervisors. This deputy director is telling you this, assistant director is telling you this, the director is telling you this. Everybody is like there's a competition on supervision, and this can really play against an organization because people give up and they get so stressed, and therefore performance is also compromised because you're like, you can, even these people who are down there, because of this kind of stress, they can decide not even to perform. Then lack of recognition and acknowledgement as well. Yeah, that is where we say it is always very good if you are a supervisor, because you who is also in this class, you could also be a supervisor, and you could be taking people all through these organizational practices that you're talking about. You do not appreciate, you do not even acknowledge good work. So even just saying, this is good, or wow, these are very good communication, or this is a very good brief, or you have done a good job. That in itself, it doesn't even cost you more than a minute, but the impact it has on the officer is great. Poor communication, or even zero communication. We have places of work where you don't get any communication. The only communication is grapevine. Ile tu ya usikia, umesikia, umesikia nini inaendelea, umesikia mkubwa, umesikia tutafanywa hivi na hivi, but rather we don't get any formal communication and mandatory overtime without any benefit, or that is not remunerated. So those are a number of factors that can cause stress at workplace, and I'm sure you have many more, which you'll also share probably with us as we move on. But basically what you're saying is that at the workplace, the stress can equally be too much. Not saying that at home you're not stressed, and it actually compromises productivity and leads to low performance at the workplace. We can move to the next slide. So, yes.
Madam, can work under load be causes stress, especially the personality temperament, what I sometimes call the personality type A?
Yes, low workload, or sometimes where you just go to work and the assignment does not respond or there's no correlation between the assignment and even that person's ability and what they do. And at the same time, even repetitive tasks we know can also cause a lot of stress. So it is true, yes, low workload, not just an overload, but low workload, because that person, that is, some of those people even end up doing very funny things. Amekaa kwa ofisi, kazi ni kadogo, imeisha, wacha niende nikasalimie so and so. Anatoka, they even go out there and take one for the road and come back to the office because of low workload. It is true, very true. Thank you for that input. Any other? So let us look at the physical stressors, because we're saying there's so many things that will stress us. And we're talking of the chemical agents. You know, for example, there's a lot of pollution. There's a lot of pollution, and especially those who are living in the cities. Those chemical agents, yeah, can cause a lot of stress. Noise, heat, vibration, all that form of pollution. Poor air quality. You're in a place, but the quality of air, the kind of an office probably you are living in is not well aerated. So this can be very, very stressful. Improper lighting. This is very common even in homes where you don't have proper lighting. It can be too bright. It can also be too dim. So you're saying that can also be a form of stress. It can be a cause of stress. Then crowded working conditions, yeah, especially when space is wanting, and especially office space. You can have crowded working conditions. Then lack of sanitary conditions, good sanitary conditions. That is one area that is highly ignored, but can be very, very stressful. The moment that you think of visiting the washroom and you know how it is, it puts you off. Constant sitting and lack of mobility, yeah. Repetitive motion and awkward postures, heavy lifting. So you've had people talk of backaches or having too much energy blocks on their back. This can be very, very stressful. Then we have other forms of stress. The economic stress. We're also talking of interpersonal relationship. And when you talk of interpersonal relationship, this is especially people that we relate with. And are they so distant? You can have a supervisor who is so distant because of probably their personality or because of the way they look at issues. So you can even feel, that that aspect of the distance. Even when you're seated with them, next to them, you can feel you're so distant. Then poor performance, and this may not necessarily be from the subordinates. Even poor performance can also be from
We can't hear you, madam. Please unmute your mic. Madam, we have lost you. We can't hear you. We can't hear you, madam. Please unmute on your mic. Has Moses joined? Any coordinator around? Is Grace in?
I can, am I back now?
Yes, now we can get you. Thank you.
Okay, fine. This technology at times can put you off balance. Yeah, or
okay.
just thrown off balance. Then we have bullying or harassment. We have office politics. And I know, we know when you talk of office politics, you know them. Competition, even in the office, staff conflicts, and as well, problems caused by excessive time away from family. So especially those who work away from their families, this can equally be very stressful. We can move to the next, the next slide. Yeah. We're also looking at other causes of stress, and one is inability to accept things as they are. So sometimes, and that is why I said personality factors also inform how we get stressed. There are people who do not just accept things as they are. Yeah. And they could either be very argumentative, they could also be very aggressive, and this can really cause a lot of stress. Then failure to take time out and relax. Yeah. So sometimes we are told to ask ourselves, what is the worst that can happen if I went on leave? There are people who will never even take leaves. They are permanently in the office. And this can be very stressful. For they will think that they are the only performers. Ati unajua mimi nikienda leave, kazi hapa haiwezi fanyika. Yeah, very, very unfortunate, because especially we know very well there's no vacuum in government. In one way or another, it is always good to take that leave. It is important. It is your right, and it is very key. Then non-work related issues, the other things, other issues from home, other issues ambazo tu zinakusumbua, madeni, fuliza, being put in WhatsApp groups that do not come to an end one after another. Yeah, that can also cause us a lot of stress, and even especially the hard times that you're also going through. Then failure to see the humor in situations. You know, there are people who are, it's like every time they want to release a political statement, they are too serious. Sasa mnacheka nini? Even when it is a humorous thing that is being said by a family member. Kwa nini mnapenda utoto? You know, you become too serious for life, you're going to get a lot of stress. Sasa mbona unanishika mkono? You know, even when people just want to laugh, you don't see humor in anything. Yeah, major life changes, yes. This could actually be, especially when you're preparing for retirement, it can be very stressful because it's a major life change. It could also be marriage for the young ones that you could be having on board. You are now getting into another stage of life. Yes. So we are saying there are major changes in life that can cause us enough stress. Nutritional status, very key. And this can be an issue because of either financial, it could also be medical. You've been actually restricted to take even some foods that could be very nutritious, but because of the condition that you're having, the doctor says no. And it is even worse. We are told that wakati tu mtu amepumzika, wakati sasa kapesa imeanza kuingia, sasa hizo ndio naambia usikule nyama, usikule hii na hii, and you just thought phew, nimesomesha watoto, nimemaliza, wacha sasa nikule vitu vyangu. Hapo tu unaambiwa na daktari, sasa hii mwili yako haitaki 1 2 3. It can be very stressful, and even lack of that nutrition can also be equally stressful. Poor relationships with others. Yeah, so there are times that we have poor relationships with others, and we know when you have a poor relationship, emotionally it takes toll of you. It throws you off balance, and that thing disturbs you at the back of your mind. Much as you want it to appear that all is well, it can be very stressful. Not having enough time, or rather we are just saying poor time management, and failure to set priorities or to plan. It can equally be very stressful because you don't know where to start from. You're neither here, neither there. It can be very overwhelming. Then unhealthy lifestyle. Hii unhealthy lifestyle. Unaweza kuwa na lifestyle ambako si kazuri sana. You take one of the road, you take one too many. You engage probably in other promiscuous activities. This can also cost you a lot of stress because you know that you could be having conflicting issues. This is not really what I want. It can be very, very conflicting. Then taking on too much time on something, then conflict both at the workplace and the office. It can equally be stressful, especially conflicts conflict can be healthy, but equally very, very unhealthy. And basically what you're saying, like we said, you can't live without stress. And this is very clear. All what you're mentioning here is part of the stressors that we have, and we get them every day with us. Every day. You either have one or another. But like we have said, how do we respond? It is about our perception. It is about our response. Let's move to the next slide. Yes. We said, you may almost wonder, I think I had the same when it came to the mental disorders. But the only signs of stress, the difference is actually they call it the magnitude and for how long it has been there. And that is why we said, if we do not manage, it is slip very easily to depression. But we know issues to do with headaches, and especially migraines, although some could be because of the brain transmitters or what we are going through or what how our brain is, and the issues to do with neurons and all that. But when you have frequent headaches, you take a Panadol, leo umekunywa Panadol, kesho umekunywa mara moja, haiendi. Unasema tu ni kidal headache tu. Wanaenda wanaangalia macho haina shida, narudi nyumbani. This could be communicating there is some stress because of probably the constraints, especially if you want to know somebody has stress, kichwa ya hapa nyuma sana. Hapa tu. Unasikia ni kama hii mishipa ipeleki damu vizuri. It is very common, it could be stress. Sleep disturbances, very common. Tunakuja analala 2 hours. We have many actually who come for sessions, and you really know that this person is really stressed. They'll tell you, I only sleep for about 3 hours. And then when I'm just about to wake up and go to work, wakati huo ndio usingizi inaingia. So sometimes you realize this is stress and could be acute. Job dissatisfaction. Somebody who really loved their work, probably ametoka even from another department, and comes to your department or division. And that person, you can see there's something ever complaining. As a supervisor, it will be very important to know, could there be some job dissatisfaction, ever complaining? And ukiangalia hata hasemi ni nini haswa, lakini tu ako tu. Then upset stomach or stomach upset. And I'm telling you, if you have stress, your stomach is permanently bloated. Sijui ni acidity, mara leo ni acid, mara kesho you are passing so much air, mara sijui ni nini. There's an issue with the digestion, the canal, yeah, and the digestion. It can really be terrible for somebody who is stressed. Uski kula mara you diarrhea, lose stool, you cannot explain. You eat food with all the other people, lakini yako tu imekuwa tu shida, uko na tumbo. Short tempers. If you want to know somebody who is stressed, a trigger tu kadogo, a small trigger. They are very short tempered. Their temperaments very they are noticeably so that this is a person who has been calm, but eventually you realize they have a lot of tempers. Teeth grinding. This is common with stress and also depression. Nasikia tu usiku meno inakulana. I have had a number of clients who come because hata wanaenda hospitali, they put something on kwa meno huku, sijui kwa sababu wanakula meno, wanatengenezewa something which sijui something that is set in the mouth, and they are supposed to sleep with it because it is very common at night, that teeth grinding, low morale, yeah, and even low self-esteem. The rash on the skin, unexplained, you cannot tell. Mara ni eczema, mara ni rash, mara ujui kama ni mosquito ilikuuma. So that rash is very common with stress. Then low poor appetite, others heavy appetite, yeah. Difficulty concentrating. So the concentration span can be very low. Muscle aches and pains. Basically, especially nerves. Wanaenda physiotherapy because they have some pains on their muscles, hajui kama ni nerves, hajui ni nini. So all this becomes an issue. So we are saying those muscle aches, they are very common when you have stress. The pain can also come because you have a lot of stress, the muscle pains. Then weakened immune system is a key area, and this one it causes a lot of problems. Wakati huo ndio tunasema mtu ako na magonjwa ya hapa na pale, because even when you're having those muscle aches, you're having a headache, you have skin rash, you're having a running stomach, you'll have to go to hospital before you realize it is stress. Hata daktari amekuandikia utakuwa ukija physiotherapy, sasa kadi ni NHIF, ndio utakuwa ukija therapy 3 times in a week. And it is just because of psychosomatic disorders. Daktari anapima, they take everything to the lab, lakini hakuna ugonjwa. Wengine wanasema tuliambiwa turudi nyumbani tuangalie shida ni nini. Hata si shida huko nyumbani, shida ni stress that is unmanaged, because your immune system is highly weakened. Mtu akipita na kahoma hapo kwa ofisi yako unakabeba. Ukipitia mahali mtu alikuwa na kahoma kidogo, you also start sneezing. So because your immune system is challenged, we are saying it's a high time we realize that now we need to manage our stress, because you don't want your magonjwa hapa na pale. Daktari anamwambia ni mkono, ni mgongo, ni ni vidole, ni kichwa, ni chest. More often than not, doctors will know this person is stressed, but they'll not tell you are stressed. What they are going to do, watakupatia tu madawa. Utapatiwa madawa, utaenda nyumbani na kimfuko kia madawa. Hii itakusaidia hizo muscle pain, hii itasaidia hiyo nerves, and if you're not careful, you'll even go to the theater. Watakwambia, you know, this backache, your spine. Daktari lazima apate solution, but probably the solution is you to manage the stress and to know how you're going to respond to this stress. Then chronic mild illness, hapa hiyo ni ugonjwa hiyo tunasema hapa na pale, because leo ni mdomo, sijui nasikia nimefura huku kwa niko na tonsils, kesho ni nini. Yes, sexual dysfunction, that one I know it was also discussed when we talked of depression, very common, especially when we have erectile dysfunction, and at the same time when we have, for the ladies, it could be painful sex, or it could also be frigidity. Then we've talked about diarrhea and constipation, being anxious and irritable, very irritable. Mbeleni mtu alikuwa anamwambia si nipatie pesa niende salon, ama nipatie pesa niende nikanunue something. The answer that you get, even without thinking, you can tell that person is irritated. Even he was just waiting for a trigger. Or mama tu amepika vizuri, umemwambia ni kama hii food iko haina chumvi ama iko na chumvi nyingi. What? You will know the kind of answer you'll get. That can tell you this person is really irritated. They're highly irritable, but it is because they're having stress and you're not able to identify that this is a signal ya kusema huyu mtu ako na stress. Angry outbursts. Yeah. You know, somebody just from nowhere, you are discussing an issue. Oh, unakuwa ukinionea. It is very common even in the office. They'll cry. They'll have those very angry outbursts. And you wonder, did this issue really require all these outbursts? Did this person really have to shout? Did they really have to cry this much? So as a supervisor, or even as a colleague, as an officer, to get to know, because that is not the time that you start writing show cause letters. This person could be having a cry for help, and deep inside they are bleeding. It's only that you do not know. Accidents, very common, especially with our house girls. A house girl who is stressed, atakuvunjia vyombo ushangae, the ladies who are here, yeah, because they're so stressed. Unamuuliza nini sasa? Unaangusha kikombe kwa nini? Unafanya hivi kwa nini? That is a sign of stress. Kama uko na shamba, unasikia mtu alispray maharagwe, alitumia the wrong spray, broad leaves, akaspray akimaliza atikwekwe. Because these people are stressed, their mind is not together. Unamuuliza kwani you don't know how to read, how saw me? But it has already happened. It is an accident. Even on the road, we have, you know, unajiuliza, accident. This is, wow, an accident at such a place. How did it happen? But you don't know all the people you're having on the road. You can imagine if you have people who are stressed in the office, they're the same people who are going to drive on the road. A matatu, they use a matatu of a driver who is stressed. It can be terrible. Yes, come in. Somebody's asking something. Okay, so we are saying frequent accidents. You don't expect how. Mara mtu amejikata mkono, mara sijui ni nini. Those two accidents, don't take them for granted. Today, tomorrow, you listen. Ni nini? Huyu mtu ako na stress. Feeling powerless. Yeah, that like, it doesn't matter. Whatever comes, it is okay. I'm just there. Alcohol and drug abuse. This one, we may not even deliberate on it because we know what happens when people are stressed. There are those who think that when they take that alcohol and the drugs, they're going to be off that. Isolation from co-workers. Mtu tu alikuwa very friendly, eventually hataki story mob, ameji-isolate. ameenda kwa kakona, ama akitoka hata asemi, and before they used to say, hey, bye, tuonane kesho, they just disappear. Marital and family problems are very, very common. We have very many marital issues. When people are stressed, ndio unasikia wanaachana, ndio unasikia there's a lot of complaint, I cannot cope, and up before watu wamezoea hizo shida wako nazo, that becomes very tough. And then we also talk of workplace violence, and not only workplace violence, even at the family setup, violence. Unasikia mtu sijui aliulizwa nini akaslap officer, aliulizwa nini akaslap even an officer. We have even had cases where we have altercations and ugly ones in the office because these people have not addressed this stress. Especially, I know when it comes to HR, these are issues that probably they may be disciplinary, but at the same time, they require counseling. Because when you read all these signs from a person, leo ako late, kesho ameomba ruhusa, I want to go to hospital. The other time unasikia hata alikuwa amekopa. The next time unasikia hata amekuwa involved in an accident. The next time, you have very many signs that are telling you all is not right. All is not right. Something is going haywire. This person needs assistance. This person needs some help. Then we can move to the next slide.
Excuse me, my hand is up.
Yeah, oh, sorry, I hadn't seen that. Yes, Sophie.
I'm just wondering and maybe curious to say that is anyone of us safe? Because with all those signs, I think everybody's stressed. Because we go through all this, not just the supervisor, but even the employees. And I was just wondering, even as you get to see all these signs, maybe on the employee.
Yes, Sophie, I hope you started with us because we opened it up and said, none of us who has not gone through stress. And even today, this morning, you probably there could have been a stressor in one way or another. And we said stress is very important. It is very good because at times it tells us what to do. It can be a wake-up call. I appreciate and acknowledge what you're saying, that everyone of us is stressed. And yes, but how do we respond? What is our perspective? Yeah. What is our perspective toward this kind of a stressor? And then, how do we respond? And then, for how long? Because if it is too prolonged, remember we said it is going to have health implications. It is going to have relationship implications. It is going to have implication at our workplace. So I want to appreciate what you're saying, that yes, we are all stressed, we all go through stress. But it also depends because there are also the levels. The levels, when it goes too high, that is when you realize all is not right. But kuna ile tu ya kawaida, umechoka. Kuna ile tu ya kawaida, but like for example, if it starts taking toll on your health and you have those psychosomatic disorders that I have mentioned, chest pain, headache, all that is telling us now it is not well with us. Violence. But hii ingine tu ya kawaida ni sawa tu, utakopa. Are we together, Sophie? Anyone of us who also want to give an input or say something? Have you all been stressed?
Yes, I think, Madam, as you said, everybody undergoes stress. The only difference that we must make is to control the level of stress. But it's a normal thing, and it's also good for ourselves. a little stress is good for somebody to be very active. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. That, yes, how do we control this stress? How do we go about it? How do we manage it? Because the levels can be dangerous. Thank you, Bonauchiel. Caroline?
Yeah, mine is a question.
Yes.
How do you handle a stressed boss or supervisor?
How do you handle a stressed boss or supervisor?
Yes.
You are now becoming a mental health champion.
Uh-huh.
And as a mental health champion, remember, you'll also know about communication and communication skills.
Uh-huh.
Remember, you'll also learning about counseling and counseling skills.
Yeah.
Because now you also have to be careful. Unajua boss utaenda kumwambia, unajua boss uko na stress.
Yeah.
You have to be very careful. But as you learn, as we continue with the topics that we have, we are sharpening you so that you can know how to go about it.
Okay.
How do you communicate? Because you cannot go and tell your boss that unajua boss uko na stress. But I'm sure with all this information that you're getting, and as we look at how to manage, because it will also depend on what kind of a stress the boss is going through. The stress ya kazi, the stress ya job, and all this. But in one way or another, it is not very easy for you to go and tell your boss that you're gonna stress. But you may get the right words how to go about it. Boss, what if we can divide this among ourselves? What if we try? So and so is very good in IT. How do we go about it? Can we try it? You know, getting to having negotiation skills, communication skills, working together, and now inputting on these interpersonal relationship skills that you're going to attain. So I'm sure even as we come to the end of our sessions, up to the last day, we'll be in a position to get all this. Sawa.
Okay, asante.
Yeah, but you get where I'm coming from. You know, you cannot tell them, hey, uko na stress, boss.
Yeah, that's, I think, was my concern, because you can't just tell them, hey, you're stressed or something. And then now the stress is now stressing everyone else in the office.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have to use all the counseling skills. Madam, I'm realizing I have been observing of late, like this work is now too much. You can know how to go about it. What if we can delegate? But you also have to be very careful because you don't know the type of where the stress is coming from. So this now calls for a lot of emotional intelligence.
Yeah.
Otherwise utakipata.
True, asante.
Thomas. Thomas, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. We have a case in office whereby one of supervisors does not go on leave for the last 5 years. And when our colleagues try to apply for leave, the supervisor tells them, why are you applying for leave and myself have not been going on leave? How do you handle such a case?
Do you have a HR practitioner with us here who can give us an input on that? HR practitioner?
Yes, madam.
Yes.
You know, the leave has some issues really when it comes to staff release on leaves.
We are losing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, about the leave, for example, that case of when someone go for leave and then your supervisor or your boss tells you that this is not the right time to go. You know, some of those challenges bring up the system or the structure that you have in that organization, for example. You know, when you are working, you must have some staff that when you can designate your duties to, or you train others so that when you are not even available, others can keep on working.
We've lost you.
You hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
So the challenges come there. The first thing is that the organization itself have
So, yes. We are losing you again.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So, for example, some of those challenges can be helped when the organization itself has a leave roster in place.
Good. So we can hear that we can have, is that Caleb or was it? Yes, a leave roster that can work. How else can we go about it?
The other way is for example, if you are working for a national government organization, in the human resource policy, it gives that at least you have 30 days in a financial year. That is non-negotiable. You have to go.
So we are saying it is a right.
Yeah, it's a right. At least 15 days leave.
Yeah,
at
least 15 days leave, and then you can have the rest forwarded. So we're saying these are cases that are we are very familiar with them.
Just to add something, Madam, on that.
Yes.
In the Employment Act, it's supposed to be at least 21 days. So the public service gives 30. So it's not supposed to be 15. Leave is supposed to be at least 21 days. So I think the most important thing to do in this is that if you're in an organization and it's good to have a performance contract being signed or performance appraisal. So when you are discussing with your supervisor the start of your year as a financial year, whether it is January if you're in the private sector or maybe July 1st when you're in the public sector, the best thing is that when you're the supervisor, you are doing a work plan for the whole financial year. Your work plan should also factor in the period for leave of the people who are working in a team, so that when your leave reaches, you know you're supposed to go for leave. Because if you don't go for leave, in most cases, employees get to burn out and they can't produce well. And maybe there's also something you're hiding in the office, because if you drop dead today, the organization will continue. So you cannot hold organization at ransom that you are the one who must be there 24 hours. And this kind of behavior, if we tolerate it as HR, it makes people that once they reach the retirement age, they don't want to go home because all that they have known is the office. And I've seen in a situation whereby you'll find the HR and the administration is even forced to change their locks to let somebody out of the office when they have retired, because they had never known any other place. So I think as an HR, we need to ensure that people go on leave so that they can rejuvenate and work well. And once you put that trust and the work plan, try to stick to it as an HR, you should be able to help the organization to plan the HR well. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Bwana Uchel has wrapped it up very well. That yes, leave is very key for organization.
Madam, if I may clarify something. Madam?
Yes.
If I may clarify something, this supervisor is an HR officer. The people applying leave are HR officers. When you are talking about stress, you talked about some officers who do not want to go on leave. When you are learning about psychosocial challenges, I was trying to understand why this supervisor never goes on leave. Because we try to talk to him to go on leave. He has never, the last 5 years, he has never gone on leave. But when the people under him apply for leave, usually challenges them. Why do you want to go on leave? And yet myself have not gone on leave. Concerning what Mr. Chela said about performance management, performance appraisal, they all do that. Most times in the public service, is done as a formality. But when it is followed to the nitty-gritty, is rarely falls so much. Now, when you are talking about stress, I wanted to understand whether it's a form of stress in him or what causes him not to go on leave. Because as Mr. Ochela said, we have had cases in public service where people reach retirement, they don't want to go home. They apply for contracts, local contracts, 6 months, 1 year, they are not given. Some of them end up very much stressed. How do you handle such a case? These HR officers, all of them, they have done HR, they have degrees in HR, they have postgrad diploma in HR, they have diplomas in HR. They are all trained, they understand rules and regulations and regulatory framework of all labor laws. How do you handle such a case for such a supervisor, not the supervisee, but the supervisor?
Wow.
Madam, if I may just respond to that, any supervisor in an organization also may have some supervisor. For instance, even if you are the CEO, there is a board that oversees the management of an organization. If you have a professor, maybe who is even a head of a department, or maybe a VC, a DVC, they can be a VC in a university setup. So I think what we need to look at, education, learning and practice sometimes are different things. I may be a professor in medical services, and I tell you that I know smoking is bad, but I still smoke. So what you have learned and what you practice sometimes do not agree. And that's why we usually have professional bodies. The role of professional bodies is to ensure that members in a particular profession are guided by the code and ethos of that particular profession. So as an HR expert, I believe you need to know that people need to go on leave, and who is supposed to plan the leave? It is the head of HR. So if this professor is the head of HR, then there must be another supervisor in which, if you don't agree in terms of performance appraisal, you can go to the next person. Should be looked in to ensure that people go on leave. If people don't go on leave, it means there is a problem in an organization, and that problem should be sorted out by the HR. That is why the HR is employed there. So I think as we are being empowered as mental health champions, we should be able to know that this is part of this. One of the ways in which you can do this, you can decide to call maybe an education or a training or psychosocial education for all the staff. Then some of those issues can be addressed during that particular time. Because you may find this professor that you're talking about, he may not have been able to understand, or maybe where he's going at home, there is stress, he doesn't want to go there. Or if there is an office, there is something he feels that he has to be under controlling people. So when he goes out, he loses that power. So he's feeling to get out of the office because of the loss of power and control, and maybe manipulation. So I think in that situation, the head of HR needs to help this person. You can take all the people maybe for things like something like team building. When you have a team building, some of these things can be sorted out. I remember I was working in a ministry, I don't want to mention, in 2012, and I was the head of human resource development there. Then I planned for a team building for the entire staff of that particular ministry, because I realized there was a disconnect between the senior management and the lower staff. And I went to the principal secretary then, and I told the PS we wanted to have a team building, and we cannot have it unless the minister then and the assistant ministers are present. Those days we used to have assistant ministers. So we had to plan for 3 months to ensure the minister, the assistant minister, the PS, and all the heads of department and the staff were in that meeting. And from there, we had a meeting for 3 good days. And from there, most of these things were broken. Even those who had not taken leave, they were able to be released for leave. So some of them do not know the importance of this, or some of them are avoiding to be in other situation because they want control. So as the head of HR, that's a training need that you need to train them to understand why leave is important, why performance is important, and why people need to be planned well to produce well for the organization, and also have work-life balance for the organization. So that's the work of the HR. Thank you.
Yes, I think Bwana Uchel has addressed that very well. And from the HR perspective, without deliberating more on that, I think we can move to the next aspect that we need to look at, the types of stress. And this is very key because, no, go back, please, go back. Yes. It is very important for us to know, like we said, although stress is viewed as a negative experience, it can also create both positive and negative feelings. So we are saying stress can either be neutral, where most of us are. Tuko tu nika stress. Enye niko na stress, lakini bado unajikaza. We have had that very often. Then we have negative stress that we refer to as distress. And we have positive stress that we refer to as eustress. When we talk of distress, it is stress that probably could be prolonged and without being well managed and very overwhelming, very overwhelming. For example, when you're told you have a terminal illness, the moment the word cancer is mentioned, of course, that has implications because of what you think about. And therefore, that is very distressing. It is actually a distress level of stress. The moment you can look at your child wasting away, you have done the best that you can. You have taken her or him to the rehab, not one, not twice, not thrice. And you can actually see like there's no hope for reforming. And you have no family support system. You don't know how to go about it. We are saying this can be very, very stressful, and this can be distress. When you have lost, probably you bought some land and you are conned and it was a bank loan. You don't see the end of the tunnel. There's no light. What happens? It can be so negative. It can weigh you down. That is distress. It's that kind of stress that normally comes, bang, unaangalia na huoni mbele, nyuma. Unatembeanga tu kwa sababu ni binadamu, but you can't actually tell what you are doing. Sometimes people are talking, you don't even hear what they are saying. You can hear, but you cannot comprehend. Sometimes you are hungry, yani you want to eat, lakini unasikia una njaa, lakini hata energy ya kula hakuna, hata mdomo tu just chewing, it is not possible because of that burden. That is what we refer to as negative and distress. Yeah, but however, we still say it is not all lost. If it is managed, you'll not go to depression, but if it is not managed, you'll get that depression. Because, for example, if you lose all your proceeds after retirement because somebody has conned you, it may not be easy. You really require a lot of counseling and help before you slide into depression. Then we have some form of positive stress, the one we call eustress. Eustress, more often than not, for example, you're having a wedding. Planning for that wedding is not easy. It is very stressful. But at the same time, kuna ka feeling kengine kana kujanga, unasikia umefurahi. I'm getting married. Yeah, you know, this is a wedding. After that, you know how it will be. Nitaenda honeymoon, what is going to happen. Or even reading for an exam. It can be so stressful. By the end of that journey, you know that you're going to get a certificate, that probably it will give you an upward move in your career, or it will give you a better job. So that kind of stress is what we call positive stress. Hata kulima kwa shamba, uko hapo tu unatumia pesa. And you know that you have a kashamba, umepanda ngano, umepanda mahindi, umepanda cabbage, or whatever it is. You know, putting all that input in form of resources, in form of whatever it is, it can be very stressful. But at the end of the tunnel, unapata that happiness. Putting up a home or a house, kama saizi wale wanasema nataka kuretire, labda want to go and retire in this place, you're already kusanya materials, you're putting up a home, it is very stressful. Mafundi wanakuibia, unaenda kununua simiti, unasikia siku hizi ni 800, you go to do this, it is very stressful. But at the same time, there's something that is giving you some energy, you're getting re-energized, at least takuwa na nyumba ya retirement, yeah, at least takuwa hivi na hivi. So we are saying not all stress is bad, but otherwise if you give up, if you're reading for a paper and you really know that this exam I need to excel, if you are not so stressful, you cannot afford to give up. I'm sure all of us, when we are here today, it is because we have done papers. It is because we have experience. It may not have been very easy, but you are stressed at that very time. Probably hata ilibidi ukope ndio ufanye hiyo degree course or a master's, but somehow today you're where you are. It was stressful, but it was positive stress. You didn't give up. Stress is related to both external and internal factors. I think this one we had discussed at length when we were saying, for example, if you're living in a house that the roof is very low, inakuanga too stressful yenyewe. Without even just getting into that house, uko stressed. Yeah. The moment ukienda mahali the room is not well aerated, those are external factors. We have other internal factors, what is going through our mind, the illnesses, and other factors that could be internal. We have acute stress, and we are saying this can be the most common form of stress. It comes from demands and pressures from present, past, and anticipated demands and pressures of the near future. That one I don't even have to explain. It is self-explanatory. Yeah. My demands and pressures. Unaangalia, no, all this, it is about me. Unaangalia everything, it's about me. All that is waiting for me. Sometimes, especially because of different aspects here and there. You could be the only breadwinner. Uko na watoto hawajapata kazi, na wamesoma, wako na degree, wako na masters. That can equally be stressful because you have to take care of them. You have to even sometimes pay their rent if you're not living with them. You have to pay school fees for others. You have an ailing mother. You have parents who require this and that. You have a brother whose family, it is only you who can feed them. You have others, all those recent, past. Yeah? You lost somebody, you did all this, anticipated. All those demands, they lead to that. Then episodic acute stress. Yeah, these symptoms of episodic acute stress and the symptoms of extended stress, of arousal, persistent tension headaches, migraines, hypertension, chest pain, heart disease. Sasa, this one is telling us we are moving to another level. Yeah, that is equally not very, very, very good, because we are saying sometimes when you're too stressed, unasikia tu there's constraint in the chest, kifua tu inafungana, and that is why we see people sometimes if there is a trigger ya stress, alikufa tu, hata ujui alikufa aje. By the time amefika hospitali ameambiwa amekufa, that person could have been highly stressed, very, very highly stressed. And what happens? Basically, these people, they'll have their chest constrained and they lose their lives because of that episodic. It's an episode, it comes and goes. Then we have the chronic stress, where a person never sees a way out. A very miserable situation, very miserable. Unrelenting demands and pressures for seemingly interminable periods of time. Chronic ni ile tu haishi, na hii ndio tumesema ni mbaya sana, hii inakupeleka kwa depression. This episodic, this chronic, hizi sasa ni ile deep pressure, unasikia tu umebeba mizigo, hata hujui umebeba mizigo ya nini, but you can hear like you have a lot of blocked energy. Watu normally they complain of naumwa ni hapa tu, unaona hapa mgongo hapa juu. Because there's a lot of blocked energy, but we shall look at how we can go about it. Let's move to the next slide. Next slide. We have shared quite a lot. And I do not mean to threaten you. I don't mean to let you feel like it is too much. Yeah. But it is very, very important for us to realize that we all get stressed, but it is also good for us to know the triggers what triggers our stress. It is also very important for us. Yes, Kenita? Kenita, your hand is up. Kenita, could you be muted? You can unmute. Okay.
My hand is also up, Ngugi. Yes. Hello.
Hello.
My hand is also up, Mary Ngugi.
Yeah. Yes, Mary.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know whether maybe it escaped me, but among the stressors facilitated, I did not see sexual harassment at the workplace.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe what could you say about it? Is it so minor that it is not part of the major stressors, or what do you have to say about it? Because I think in some quarters, in some small way, it is still there.
Yes.
Thank you.
It could be an oversight, but it is very, very, very key. That is one area that is causing a lot of stress. And especially today in the public service with the interns, we have had a number of them even coming for counseling because they could either be harassed, and it could be either gender, sexually. So it is just an oversight. Know that it is not a key factor of stress, but it is a stress factor. At workplace, yes, because you know what is expected and what can happen. And not only at the workplace only. We also have this even in other places. Yeah, public transport. In places of public transport, you hear of such. Even when people go out for activities, we have heard of even rape cases. Yeah, where the young people are even raped, or where the juniors, the support staff, they have been sexually harassed, where some have to be for promotions or even to be part of those activities. They are expected, you know, to do some things here and there. And that is equally sexual harassment, because some of them are undermined, some are threatened. Yeah, there are very many implications. If you want us to renew for you this internship, you have to have, you know, 1 or 2, 3 things with me. We have to go out with you, and all these aspects. So Mary, I want to appreciate and say, yes, it is a major. It is one of the key. It may not be in all organizations, but it is very, very common. Thank you. Kenita, your hand is still up. You can unmute. Any other input on that? Yes. How are we going to effectively manage stress? How are we going to manage stress? Because we may not give all factors on how we are going to manage, but especially at workplace, we can relate to that very well. But equally, even when it comes to family, you realize some ways that you can manage our stress. So for example, one key stressor is poor time management. So we are saying, be a good time manager. That is, you can manage your time. You know that if it is in the office, you're supposed to work from 8 to 5 p.m. How do you go about it? You know, how do you manage that time? Yes, you are a mother, you are a wife, you are a career woman. You must know how to manage, because if you don't have a balance for that, you lose out. You get too stressed. You are a father, you are a husband, you are an officer, or you are also a career man. how are you going to manage yourself? This is very key. Si kuanga tu kwa mind uko tu disorganized, ile tu hata ujui utaanzia wapi utamalizia wapi. Yeah, very key. Set your priorities right. Set your priorities right. That is why sometimes, because we don't have priorities, we are neither here, neither there. You want this, you want to do that. Your resources are not enough to do everything. Please set your priorities right. Avoid kukopa kwa M-Shwari. Avoid kukopa sijui kwa Tala. Avoid kwenda kuchukua sijui bank loan huko kwa Absa. Alafu una fake vitu, HR tu ana approve and you have faked. Unaenda kwa bank because you're going to lose out in life. It throws you off balance. So know your resources and manage whatever you have and set your priorities right. Bite the match you can chew. Even at the workplace, we have been told very well that hata ukitoka tu kwa hiyo kiti, kuna mwingine tu ataiketi. Government has no vacuum and systems have no feelings. So even overworking and going overboard, I'm not saying we don't work. Let us work and work well because we are professional and we know how to go about it. But bite the match that you can chew. Otherwise, hata ukianguka, I've been in departments, in some ministry. I was in a ministry some times back, and we lost somebody in the office. He just fell down because of overworking and not even getting time to go even for your health checkups. So very important. Take time to relax. Take time out and relax. I know some people don't even go for lunch. Wako kwa ofisi from 8 to 5. Hata anaishi Nairobi, ukimuuliza sijui building gani, hata hajui. Take time out and relax. That is why you have a lunch hour. You can decide even to breathe some fresh air. Yeah. Then learn to accept things as they are. There are some things that you'll never change. There are some people that you'll never change. But it is your perception, it is your response. So at that very time, you have to learn to accept things as they are. Yeah. Be a believer of change. You know, there are people who don't believe there can be any change. So change management. Because today you have this supervisor, tomorrow you have another supervisor. And they can never be the same. But it is always good to know how to go about things. Spare time for non-work related issues, don't ignore them. There are people sometimes it's good to take a break. Yeah. Even like we're just saying, recognize humor. Yeah. You'll not be the first person to release statements. So it is good. Recognize, sometimes just laugh. And sometimes even in the office, there are people who actually lighten your spirit. They make you feel good. Share 1 or 2 words with them. Because tu atafanya tu cheke. Hiyo kucheka tu ina release some dopamine in your brain. Unasikia a feeling of you call it a feeling of a good feeling is released. Unasikia tu vizuri, unacheka. So engage. There are people who re-energize you. Share with them, talk with them, appreciate that humor. Si kusema hiyo ni ujinga, watu wakicheka ni ujinga. Wacha utoto, wacha ujinga, stakangi ujinga. Realize that you also have a life, and life is about laughing over even small things or things that do not matter. Learn how to solve conflicts. Yeah. Solving those conflicts constructively. Constructive conflict resolutions. Do it and do it very well. Then we also say that choose a healthy lifestyle. Dehydrate. Take a lot of water. Sometimes even go off when you have taken too much oily things. You can decide to take vegetables, ugali, si lazima ukule nyama kila siku, fruits, were available and all that. Yes, somebody is saying something? Yes? Okay, let's move to the next slide. Next slide. Yes, but basically even before we come to time, or about time, it is good to mention that even as we are stressed, it is very important to have support system. A support system could be in form of friends. It could just be, even going out with friends, take a break, go out with friends, enjoy. It doesn't have to be very expensive, but you can share a meal. You can, for the young ones, they can even go and watch a movie. And even those ones who enjoy movies, even in old age, hanging out, just laughing and enjoying life. That is why you realize more often than not, we are told ladies do not get so stressed because kuna wakati ataenda tu kwa chama, atashinda tu akicheka. So kama ulibaki kwa nyumba umelala kwa couch na umesoma gazeti from page to page, you have watched football and you are talking to nobody. Take care. It is good to have friends, and yes, please let us mute. Good to have time out with friends. It is good to note that you can learn a lot even from others and realize you're not only the one who is going through some issues. It is also very, very important to be very purposeful in whatever you do, because you can also choose not to get disturbed. This is not very easy, but with time, you can learn to choose not to get disturbed over some issues. And I have realized this one, you don't have to be learned. Sika ushasikia mtu nyumbani hata tu kwa ushago anasema, mimi nimeamua hiyo kitu haitanisumbua tena. Hata tu mtu hajaenda shule anaamua haitanisumbua tena, mimi nimeamua hata nisumbua tena. Tutaishi na yeye na sitasumbuka. That one can also make you be very stress-free. You purpose. So purpose not to get disturbed. And talk to yourself. Unasema hii nimeamua haitanisumbua tena. Nimelia ya kutosha. Hainisumbui tena. Life has to go on. Because I also have a life. Yeah? Even treating yourself is very key. We have a problem of knowing that hakuna pesa. But you can also decide that once in a while, you can have, there's some ladies who call it fork and knife. Anaenda tu mahali. Anaamua, today I want to take one of my best meals. Najua wengine watasema they'll take one for the road. But you can do that. You can treat yourself. Learn to love yourself and treat yourself. Go for a barber care, go for, you can go to the barber shop and say, you can do this to me, you can do all that. You can decide to have pedicure, manicure. You can love yourself. Because in this life, if you don't love yourself, nobody is going to love you. You must first love yourself. You must first appreciate yourself. Then others will appreciate you. So basically, we are saying that this is one aspect that is very key. Before we look at time management, just allow me to address an issue here in the office. You can be discussing. Meanwhile, just discuss on probably what we have already shared. You can just discuss as I attend to one issue. Mr. President, please engage the class, just 1 minute.
Thank you. Colleagues, from what we are learning, it is becoming more evident that all of us will need to reorient ourselves with what we really want. and then what may make us not to be stressed and help us to be good workers and also good family members and maybe church or religious members. So my thinking is that from what has been presented, we may need to, when we look at giving priorities, we may need to look at the wheel of life that we were given by Madam Grace, the Director of Counseling. Then we try to get that wheel of life and see how we can apportion our time in terms of what is going to go for social, to go for financial, for spiritual, for mental, for physical, and for the others, so that when we portion our time in that, and then we are also able to now prioritize, it may be helpful for all of us that we live a balanced life and with minimum stress, because stress is a must, but we can just reduce it, that we don't have to stress ourselves for many things. But I would want us to maybe discuss one of the issues I've seen in certain offices is the language used in the office. When members of particular communities start talking in their own mother tongue in the office, and then you find the minority there now feel left out. Could we just discuss what is it, what do members think that what can we do to reduce this as a stress? I remember there was a time I worked in a place for 1 year, and people would experience a staff room setup. Then you find sometimes can be very unbearable when everybody talking and you're not hearing what they're saying, and people are really rejoicing and laughing and jumping up, yet you are left at a loss. It happens in various places, and it may also increase level of stress. Could maybe some members tell us what we can discuss to ensure that some of these conditions as an HR, or how can we help such situations in organizations? Any contribution on that, please? Yes, Wambua, please go.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Please go ahead, Wambua.
Okay, this issue of mother tongue in offices is very, very common, and sometimes a person who don't understand, they feel like they are, whatever is being discussed, it is about them, or there's a plan which is being planned against them, of which I think in HR policy, there is the use of official language in offices. I remember at some point in our working place, we were told to maintain official languages like Kiswahili and Kiingereza and avoid using our mother tongues, which has already worked well, even though it is like it's like a norm whereby sometimes we find people who have slighted back to their languages. And there's also the issue of groupings according to tribes. You see, a certain tribe has their own way of groupings within the workplace. There's no that mingling together or talk together. You find that there's that issue of when you are taking tea, the certain tribe are sitting on their table, another tribe they are sitting on their table. There's no metropolitan setup, of which brings dissociation between the staffs and bring a lot of stress because you don't know what others are planning about the others. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see Madam Esther is back. We were just discussing one of the stressors we found in the offices is when people tend to have groupings for and speak in their mother tongue. Then as a minority, you feel not part of it, and it's a constant thing and you have to be in the office. So how do we address this? So that's what we are discussing. Maybe if you agree, Madam Ruben can contribute, then you proceed. I can see Ruben's hand up.
Thank you. Now, this is an issue But to me, I'm looking at it in two folds, because one, there is what we call an urban setup. And you know, public service is in both urban and rural. Sometimes in rural setup, you realize that we have people, especially subordinate staffs, who are more conversant in their local language than in either Kiswahili or English. You remember maybe somebody who is a cleaner, some of them are dropouts. So it is, to them, it is more convenient speaking in their mother tongue and without any malice. But now in an urban setup, I think it is different, because you realize that when maybe a population of 1 or 2 people, I mean, in rural setup, maybe it's only 1 or 2 people who are from a different community. And therefore, sometimes by instinct and by virtue of them being the majority, you realize that it's just easier to speak in mother tongue. Some of them do not have any malice. But I think in urban setup, that is where now this official language comes up, because there is assumption that everybody, at least you know Kiswahili or English. And therefore, you can really enforce that issue of speaking in official language. So for me, I think it is just better or important that we look at it in those 2 aspects. But as I think Wambua said, sometimes at the back of your mind, you think that these people are talking about something that is, I mean, they are talking about you, who is a minority or something like that. And again, true, the nature of human beings, when I think people normally tend to go where there is majority. That is natural, and sometimes it's just instinctual, without even you knowing that now you have gone to that corner, and then now you have started speaking about, speaking in your own language. So I think these are things that moving forward, and now that we are discussing them, we can still look at them in details and see how best can they be worked on. I think these are just observations, and for now, I don't think we can have a clear-cut way, because there is a spirit and a letter of the law. The letter says this, but now the spirit also matters so much, to the extent that you cannot just control them automatically. I think that's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. As I get back to the lecturer, Madam Esther, my take would be that that is a good contribution. But I'm imagining in a local setup where you are maybe in Garissa, and everybody wants to speak in their mother tongue, or maybe you are in Migori and people want to speak in their mother tongue, and you're a teacher in a primary school there. And by the virtue of the people who work in the staff room, maybe all of them at least have gone up to Form 1, maybe have done some courses. So even if their English or Kiswahili may not be very good, but at least they're conversant to it. So maybe that's a discussion we may also see when we go to Embu to observe. I don't know whether Embu will now be a rural setup or a town setup. And I'll not be surprised if some of us would want to group and speak in their mother tongue, which I don't think it is really encouraged in Kenya School of Government, but I think it is something that I think as HR and all the mental health champions, ours is to facilitate people not being stressed. So, but if we become the stressors, then we may need counselors. Madam Esther, please, you can comment and proceed.
Thank you everyone for your input. Thank you, Mr. President. I know this is very common, and I've even seen people given assignments and they're discussing in their mother tongue how they're going to tackle it. And you just laugh and it becomes very interesting. But I understand all where we are coming from, even when we say that probably it could be natural, the issue of numbers or finding yourself because of where you are. But in all due respect, I also find it very insensitive. Very, very insensitive. One, because professionalism at that level is actually challenged, because we should carry ourselves as professionals wherever you are and realize that the official language for communication is English and Kiswahili. Tukienda tu huko manyumbani, wacha tutaongea tu hiyo. But it is good to be very sensitive, because like you hear, some are maybe wondering, is it about me? Could they be discussing about me? And then the issue of inclusivity, you know, when you speak English and Kiswahili, even when you look at our values, the national values, although we are not told to speak in English or Kiswahili or this, there's the aspect of inclusivity that you also, if it is a topic that is being discussed, you feel you belong. You can even chip in. But the moment we switch into a mother tongue, and even imagine our mother tongue could be in the national language. It is, in all due respect, it is not good, and it could also be disrespect. And this could be my personal opinion, but I'm sure it is good for us.
We've lost you, Mwalimu.
It was the PS of the directorate. Yes. So I was just saying, previously I was in the Ministry of Education, and I remember there was a directive, or it was communicated that we should stop using mother tongue because it was very common. People discussing their assignments in their language, and discussing if it is an activity, we are going to do this and that, and it is not right. Let us uphold the national values. Let us uphold the public, they call the principles of public service, because I'm sure it will fall there. Kuna kitu tu itaingiana tu hapo. And we are saying it can also be a stressor. And especially if some of those people who are speaking in that mother tongue, of inaitango language of the catchment area. There's somebody who was saying, for example, if you're in the whichever areas you are in, the language of the catchment area. Wacha hiyo tuachie class 1, 2, grade 1, 2 and 3. Mwalimu afanye na language of the catchment area. That is on a light note though. We move to time. What is time? And I may not deliberate so much on aspects that are very obvious, yeah, but I'm sure we all know what time is all about, whether now in our mother tongue or in English or however. But you know, it is that measurable period during which an action, process, or condition exists or continues. So that time, you know, a measurable period of time, yeah. It is a continuum which lacks spatial dimensions, and in which events succeed one another from past through present to the future. So we understand all that, even when you use the years, when you use the clock and all that. Point or period when something occurs, yeah? Moment, hour of the day, year, or it as indicated by the clock or the calendar. So basically that is time, yeah? And remember, we are normally told time is an equal opportunity employer, something like that. So time is given to equal to all of us. You know, it only depends on how we make good use of it. Let's move on. Next slide. So why is time important? Time is important as it helps us structure our daily lives and activities so that we can be more organized, productive, and lead productive lives. So while there are always drawbacks to being too conscious of time, it is essential that we have this marker to use while we work, play, and grow older. So basically what we are saying is that we are so conscious of time, and it is important because time guides us. It guides us, it lets us know, it keeps us on track. And that is why you even program yourself. In the next 2 years, I would want to have done this. So you're conscious of time. You're already aware. Either time is running out or time is not on my side. Let's move on. Next slide. Yeah, we have time wasters that eat into our time and can make it very difficult for us to manage our time effectively. This is mainly because they can be very hard to spot and are often the most trivial things. So which are the time wasters? Time wasters. One is lack of proper planning or even planning in itself. So for example, at our level or wherever we are, it is always good to plan. Filing is very key. I've seen desks where papers are flowing from one area to another. Then we have procrastination, the putting of things that should be. Procrastination, the putting of things that should be done or focusing on them at that very time. Keeping on saying, I'll do that. I need to write a certain project. I'll do it next time. Procrastinating. So usually you realize that the more you keep on saying, nitaifanya next week, there's some, I'm supposed to do this and this for the PS. I'm supposed to write a brief. I'm supposed to do this. You keep on procrastinating. That is an aspect of a time waster. Even for your own, the things that you procrastinate. I'm going to clean up that room next week. I want to declutter my desk, but I'll do it next week. That is procrastination, not delegating. You cannot do everything. So there are times that you need to delegate. Someone else can also do it. And I think we have had those issues of officers who do not want to delegate, supervisors who do not want to delegate, they want to do everything on their own. That is also an aspect of time wasting, because in the process, you are caught up by so much. Let's move to the next slide. Let's move to the next slide. Yes. Meetings are meandering in meetings. And we're saying meetings are essential part of workforce, but if run poorly, they can be time wasters. Hey, this one. And I think we did SNC. Yeah. Most of us have undertaken that SNC course. And we were told about meetings. Moderation in meetings is very key. People repeating themselves. People having AOBs. An AOB becomes another agenda, even a bigger agenda than the agendas that were there. Actually, there's some meetings that I have gone to and we are told no AOBs. We don't want any AOBs because AOBs could become other minutes, another agenda, bigger agendas. You have 3 AOBs, they also become agendas. So these meetings that are meandering, these meetings that are not guided by the agenda, these meetings where the leader does not know how to harness, it can become very tricky. Yeah, and they run poorly and they waste so much time. A meeting that can be held from 9 a.m. to probably 3 p.m. That becomes a time waster. Interruptions, be principled and keep at bay unnecessary interruptions. Yeah. Even in the office, you have very many interruptions. It is very important to be very careful. Phone calls that are unnecessary, messages that are not important. Sometimes you're not obliged to pick all calls that come. After all, you're not even, you're not a receptionist every time. Yeah. And it is important for people to know that you also become serious. Some of those phone calls can really be detrimental. Unachukua simu and you're in a very serious meeting, or you're even running a program. Alafu unaambiwa nilikuwa napiga simu tu kukusalimia. Or another one. Nilikuwa napika kukuambia maji imekatwa. Sasa unapata stress, hata huwezi maliza kazi. You'd rather have gone to deal with maji ilikatwa ukifika nyumbani. Yeah, but you allow yourself to get disrupted every another time. Ineffective multitasking. At times we say, yes, it is good to multitask, but there's a limit of how many things you can do at once without taking away quality of your work. Disorganized workplaces. If your workplace is messy, you'll end up wasting so much time looking for documents and other things depending on where you work. Unaenda mahali, you find somebody has the desk is piled with papers that are not filed. Anajaribu kutafuta, anasema I had seen it here, anatoka, anasimama. Please declutter, declutter, declutter. Actually, when we have a place that is too much cluttered, in itself it is a stressor. Too cluttered offices, it is a stressor. Declutter your desks, declutter your office, declutter your sitting room, declutter your bedroom. What you do not need, give it out, because it becomes a stressor. And what you don't need in the office, if it is something that does not require to be filed, that is where we have the name has disappeared. A shredder. That is where we shred. Then personal communication. Yeah, this, especially the social media, I'm most afraid because of especially the young ones. Yeah, there are people who are always checking on their WhatsApp. Sometimes you can even put off that network. You can put off the Wi-Fi or data, because checking now and again, nani ameniandikia message, reply, going through, all that during work time, it is dangerous, it is not good. You can even train yourself that I'll only check on my WhatsApp at this particular time, because you're also expected to be productive. Yeah, coffee breaks, smoking and all that. Sometimes, yes, we said we can take off breaks, but the others that are unrealistic and they compromise on our productivity. And sometimes it is good to ask yourself, am I being paid for what I have done? Yeah? Am I being paid for what I've done? Or am I cheating? Because sometimes cheating comes in very many ways. Always being away from the office. Unauliza mtu fulani, why so and so? She has just checked out, she's coming back. You're checking out, ameenda 2 hours. Very dangerous. Sometimes, even some offices, you have to actually write down what time you have checked out, even if it is in between, so that you don't waste time. Let's move to the next slide. So we are saying time management is the act or process of planning and exercising cautious control over the amount of time you spend on specific activities, especially to increase effectiveness, efficiency, and productivity. So we are saying we have to manage our time. We have to plan our time very well. Yeah. Time management requires discipline and flexibility. You must be well disciplined to manage your time, but at the same time, you also need to be flexible. Yeah. So we are saying time management is described as a person's willingness and ability to prioritize things that are most important to them. Always, always very important to have priorities. And that is why we have sticky notes. It is always good for you to have some sticky notes, especially when you realize you have issues of time management. And write what you prioritize. We find that especially people who have attention deficit, hyperactivity disorder, some of these disorders come because you are realizing that time is not on your side, or you realize you get apprehensive that time is running out. Time is running out. It is always good to have some sticky notes so that you can prioritize. Between this time and this time, I need to do this. Even if not a sticky note, even your diary. That is why we have diaries. Just write what you need to do for that day. And especially there's an age that comes, you keep on forgetting. Nilisahau. It doesn't take so much time. The moment that you get in the office, what is on my plate today? You know, you manage for yourself. Ujieke ka PC pale, your own, yeah? Write number 1, 2, 3 in accordance to priority, what you need to finish. If you're doing memos, if you're doing letters, you have briefs to undertake, if you have a meeting, and even your own personal issues in between, you can slot them so that you are able to manage your time very well. Otherwise, if you don't do that, there's some things that will escape your mind. Some have a flight of memory, they keep on forgetting, but that also eats into your time. Unajaribu kukumbuka, what did I want? So sometimes because you know you'll forget, the moment you know what you want to do, write it down. Reminders, yeah? We have our phones and they have all those applications and all that you can write. If not that, have a notebook, have sticky notes and all that. It will help you manage your time well. Let's move on. Time management may be aided by a range of skills and techniques used to manage time. And we are saying these are the skills and the techniques that you need to use. Some of them we have already mentioned. Planning, very important. Allocating even the time to do this, very important. Setting goals, yeah, by the end of today, I'll need to have achieved 1, 2, 3, yeah. Delegation, you cannot do everything. You cannot do everything. It is important to delegate. Let somebody else do it for you. Some of us do everything, even what is not your role, what is not expected of you. Manage yourself, manage your time. Analysis of time spent. You know, you can just sit down even in the evening and ask yourself, what have I achieved today? What have I done today? Sometimes you just check, you just flash, you have a flashback. Nimeibia serikali masaa mingi. I have done nothing. Monitoring, that is actually monitor and evaluate what you have done. Organizing, very important. When you organize yourself, you can organize it the way you have said, you can write down and all that. Scheduling your time and also prioritizing. Putting on, having priorities. When you have no priorities, you end up missing everything that you do. And like we have said, as we move to the next, can move to the next slide. If you don't manage your time, you get stressed. Automatically, where there's no time management, it can be a very, very stressful situation because you find yourself getting overwhelmed. So that is just a way of maybe managing our time. Yeah, we have so many things. We can look at ourselves. We can look at what is urgent and what is not urgent. If we're in a position, we could have done this. Maybe we may do this when we get to Embu. This is an exercise that we can do it. Yeah, and it will tell us how we also manage our time and what is most important for us. You know, we can be asked now between a crying baby, you know, and all these things, what is important. So this is an exercise. We may not be able to do it here, but I'm sure we can have it forwarded to our practical sessions. Let's move on. Yes, Beatrice? Beatrice, you're raising up your hand.
Ella, this is not Beatrice, this is Tekla.
Yes, Tekla.
Yeah, could you kindly go back to one slide on the one on time wasters? Just a minute. On the time wasters, the first slide.
Yes.
The first slide on the time wasters, kindly. Just to take you back a little bit. I'm waiting for the slide to go. The last one on the first one on time wasters.
that's the one that is being projected now.
I was requesting because I think there was something on lack of poor planning, and I was like, is it really lack of poor planning or lack of proper planning? I don't know.
It could be lack of planning or poor planning. It may just be. Okay, just get it. It is poor planning or lack of planning. Yeah.
When you say lack of poor planning, it looks like there are two negatives: lack of poor planning. It should be either
it is failure to
lack
plan,
of proper planning
or lack of proper planning.
Lack of poor.
Yeah, it cannot be lack of poor planning.
No, it is lack of or poor
planning.
planning.
Poor planning. It is okay. Lack of
it's okay.
or poor planning.
Okay. I think that is sorry about that. I think I didn't see the or. Okay.
Yes,
okay,
the or
fine.
is there.
Thank you for that. All right. Thank you.
Let us move to the slide where we were. We've already done this. Let's move on. Next slide. Next slide. Can we move to the next slide? So we have our parting quotes there from Archimedes. Give me a lever long enough and a place to stand, and I can move the earth. Time is the widest counselor of all. Time equals to life. Therefore, waste your time and waste your life, or master your time and master your life. So these are parting quotes that are telling us we need to be more aware of what to do with our time. We need to take care of our time, and we need to plan, because if we don't plan, we get lost. Do you have any other slide with us? Yeah, so we come to the end of our session on stress, life skills, on time, stress and stress management. And your inputs are welcome, your questions are welcome. Yes. I can see Ruben, I can see Beatrice, and one other person who's their hands are raised up. Yes.
Just on time wasters. Most of the things we are talking about here are a bit of external things that come to us. But now in the office where we are working, we have different roles. Sometimes we, as managers or as leaders, you are a counselor, you are an advisor, we play different roles. Somebody comes to your office and you have to attend to this person. And then you realize that this person wants to take more than 2 hours of your time. And as somebody, you need also to attend to this person. This is your customer, this is your client, and you also need to give that person ample time. Would we categorize these things as also time wasters, or how do you handle that? That is one. Two, in your parting shot, how is number one? That is, give me a place to stand and I'll move the earth, related to time. Thank you.
Yeah, time wasters, you have people, they all interrupt, because once you are through with what you're doing, you should actually leave, and it is upon you. If you have served your client, let them know you also occupied and you're busy, you have something else to do. So, and we do it, in a very friendly manner. Thank you very much. I wish to attend to some other issues that are pressing here. Full stop. But otherwise, if you also become an entertainer, and some of us also entertain, you can choose to entertain, and that is a time waster. But if you're smart enough, and that is why you're going through this course, that when you're smart enough, you can know how you're not only doing it to become a mental health champion, but a champion for yourself. That you get the skills to know how to go about it. You know, some people don't know how to say no. Some people have no refusal skills. And that actually becomes a time waster. You cannot be a people pleaser. You're pleasing people left, right, center, left, right. So it is very important to realize when somebody is now becoming a time waster. Unnecessary issues. Si ni kama tu kwenda kwa shamba. See, if you've grown up in the village, there are people who even come to greet you in the shamba. Sio ni time waster. Anakuja tu nimekuja kukusalimia. Do you know there are people who are very smart and they have skills? Wacha tutaonana, nikimaliza niko na kashughuli hapa na anaendelea kulima. But if you entertain them, sasa uende lean on the tree. Sasa mpige story. Nani anaumia? So it is very important to have refusal skills, and refusal skills from the internal, even saying no, I'm not willing to continue with this conversation, and you're not obliged even to give a reason as to why. So once you have served them, let them go. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your visit. I hope I've served you well. So, yeah, and all this will come in what you're talking about, communication, negotiation, all that. Because if you allow yourself to get disturbed, you'll get disturbed. And that is where you even have a power. Your phone, you can choose not to pick calls that are not important. Hizo calls zenye unapigiwa ati nilikuwa napiga kukusalimia tu. And you have an assignment. Huyo mtu alikuwa anapiga kukusalimia, ana relieve stress yako na yeye. And you are so busy, occupied. So you have a choice. Very, very important. I hope we are well answered.
Excellent.
The time wasters, yes, we agree.
Excellent.
Yeah, can we go back to our, okay, Wambua.
Okay, this issue of files stagnating in offices, is it, can we put it in terms of wasting time?
There?
Because if it is an activity which was to be done and the file has stayed in office for a week and the activity has a timeline, can we put it in that way that it is wasting time?
I missed that. I didn't get the question.
Okay. I'm asking, this issue of files staying in offices, for example, you had requested something to do, then the file is in certain office, no action, that time is going. Can we put it in time wasting? Have you got me? Hello?
We can hear you, Wambua, but I think
Yes.
Madam Esther is not seeing her. Mwalimu, are you challenged? I think she's gone off briefly.
Maybe technical issues.
Yeah, I think it's a technical issue.
Okay, she's back. Yes.
Yeah, sorry, it disappeared.
Okay.
No,
Okay, I'm asking this question.
Technology, yes.
That when you had to do an activity and you request, then the file stays in office for some time, and there's a timeline. Can we refer it to time wasting? So, what can you tell us to advise our bosses in acting on files in time? Sauti imepotea.
Madam, we can't hear you. Madam, we can't hear you. Please unmute.
Okay, fine. So I was just saying that is a tall order from Wambua. And you know, sometimes we suffer these things, not only you, I think all of us here, we go through such. And yes, they're time wasters. Now, you want me to advise? Because this is not a counseling session. Acha tupate advice kwa wale wengine wako hapo, labda hata wengine wako hapo na wanafanyia wengine hivyo.
Yes, because it is a part of mental challenge. Mental issue, because I'm here, I want to do my activity within this time, but the file is in somebody's office for 2 or 3 weeks, and time is not with me, so it will be stressing me. At the same time, my supervisor will get a report or a comprehensive report of my activity, and he has already delayed.
I hear you very well, Ambua, and I know we have all gone through that, and we know the repercussions because we all rush at the last minute to undertake those activities. Yes. And you have said it would also be a mental issue. You know, even hoarding is a disorder. It could also be an aspect of hoarding in default, then without knowing. But because of our time, some of these things we'll share more. We share more when we do it practically there. Yeah, because of other aspects. And thank you. I'm choosing we try to be a bit fast. I have another I'm awaited for in another online training. So unless we have a burning issue.
Thank you.
So what we have not discussed here, please keep it in the what? What do you call that? Where we place our questions. Parking lot. We'll discuss further in the interest of time, in all due respect. Okay? Yeah. I'm through.
Maybe before you leave, I would request Peter Kingori to give a vote of thanks to our facilitator. Peter Kingori, please. If Peter is not hearing, then Ruben Ogada, please give a vote of thanks to Madam.
Thank you, Mwana David, President. I just want to take this opportunity to thank Madam Esther, who has been our facilitator since morning, for those kind of insights. In fact, there are a lot of things that I've learned that has changed my perception in terms of working. And I just want to pray that God may continue to bless you and give you the wisdom. And as for participants, I think we are not just taking these things for granted. Let us apply them, because this is the time that the government has given us to help and also build this nation. So for Madam, I'm very grateful. Thank you so much. And for participants, let us be active and make sure that we apply this for our day, in our day-to-day work. Thank you so much. Back to you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Madam Esther. We can now release you, but I think when we meet practically, think of a topic on boss management, so that we can also do that when we meet in Embu. How to manage our bosses, because I think that's one thing that we also need to put in practice. Boss management.
And remember, you're also a boss in a way. Mali, I know that people are also under you. So we'll also be learning to manage ourselves as bosses.
Yes, madam.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Also,
speaking. Maybe I would want us to take a short break of maybe 15 minutes so that we come back at 11:15. We'll be able to keep time, as we say that today we may request not to go past 1, because some people would want to go for prayers maybe around noon. So let's just take care of that, so that you also become well balanced in all that you're doing. So to the members, we can break for 15 minutes, and let's please keep time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
How do I submit my program? Also, I was not receiving. Today is Friday. Oh, I get in my questions.
Thank you, Bwana Ngutia, for keeping time. You have applied it. Is the facilitator in or Mr. Njoroge? The facilitator or Mr. Njoroge? Moses?
Hello.
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So thank you, class. If you are hearing me, we can proceed. I want to take this opportunity and this session as we wait for the Mr. Njoroge to upload the notes. I've not seen the notes being uploaded. I want to appreciate you for taking your time to attend this session from last Monday to this time. I've been attending, coming in and out because of the busy schedule, but I've attended almost all of them from Monday, and I've been following the discussions from my fellow facilitators, and I've really enjoyed, rather been enriched by some of the contributions and even some of the insights that the facilitators have had, and also the input from the facilitators. I don't know whether Moses is in the house so that he uploads the notes for today. Moses. Okay, as he uploads the session, I'm having an issue on my laptop. I'm not able to see everybody, but on my phone, I'm seeing quite a number of participants. Thank you, thank you. The notes are there. We wish to look at the life skills as our last session, and we want to look at life skills as our last session. We do say that most of us, all of us actually are trained professionals, in our respective fields. And in our practice, in our profession, training, and our practice, mostly we can support
Mr. Nando, we can't hear you. We have lost you. Kindly put on your mic.
I may be having an issue with the, sorry? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, we may be having an issue with the internet, but
You are again off air.
Off air again? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So I was saying that our training and our practice only equips us with the hard skills, the technical skills that we require to deliver certain jobs. But on the other side, we have the life skills that we need.
We've lost you again.
Something is moving in your background.
Let me just see. Let me use the phone because like the laptop is not responding. Can you hear me now?
Yes, can move on.
Yes.
Sorry for that. So I was saying that most of us, we are equipped with the life skills, with the technical skills, but the ones that we call the soft skills, sometimes we are short of. Now, as we know, the delivery of our service is not only all about just the technical skills. We need the soft skills for us to be able to work on our hard skills or rather to deliver using the hard skills that we trained in our respective colleges. So one of the soft skill that we need is what Madam Esther has elaborately taken us through this morning. That is the stress management, which also includes time management. Other soft skills that we require are, for example, creativity, which is very, very key. We need a lot of creativity because the human mind is created with an indefinite power of creativity. Then we also have problem solving skills, which are very, very important that we're going to learn today. We also have decision making, which is very, very key. We are going to learn about it today. We have another skill or a soft skill or a life skill, which we refer to as communication. And then we also have negotiation. So those skills are very, very important. Today, we also talk about the emotional intelligence, which Madam Esther talked about in passing. So it is very, very important that as we work, we learn to be mental health champions, and also as we work to improve our own lives as mental health champions, and also as we learn to be able to acquire skills to assist our colleagues at our respective workplaces, we need to be equipped with these life skills. Sorry. Thank you. So in this session, we are going to look at the definition of terms, problem solving steps. What steps can we look at in terms of problem solving? Types of decisions that we can make, steps in decision making, guidelines for decision making, definition of group decision making in terms of the meetings, decision-making techniques, advantages and disadvantages of decision-making techniques, factors that affect effective decision-making, inherent personal traps that influence the decision-making, conclusion, and as usual, we are going to have a parting quote or a parting note. Now, if you just allow me to go back a little, sorry, if you allow me to go back a little, in our previous discussion, I was in the house and some questions were asked. For example, there is a participant, Sophie. She asked about how do we handle a stressed boss? Because in most cases, when we are learning such an activity or such a course, we always think of people that are below us. But then we also get that there are people who are above us. So how do we handle me or you as a mental health champion? How do you handle a boss who is having issues with harassment, issues with being overbearing, and all that? What can we do? You get that we also have Thomas who asked about a boss who does not want to go on leave, and a case was given of people who retire and even they refuse to go home because they are attached or addicted or used to workplaces. So those are some of the issues that you get us as mental health champions, or you as a mental health champion who is going to practice. You are going to make decisions on. You are going to encounter and you are going to make an individual and a personal decision. So when encountered with such situations at the workplace and also in the family, with the friends, with our relatives, when we are encountered with issues, how do we solve such cases? So what are our session objectives? One, distinguish between problem solving and decision making. We would wish to know what is a problem solving situation and what is a decision making situation. Then we will also look at the decision, describe the type of decisions, illustrate the decision making process, explain significance of decision making, and explain characteristics of effective decisions. Can proceed with the slides. So definition of problem solving. Before we go to that, in our experience, in our families, in our experience at the workplace, I want to believe that each and every one of us at one time or another has experienced or rather encountered a problem. So what are we supposed to do when we encounter a problem? Because some of these things like problem solving and decision making, these are things that you will not get being taught in any academic class. Yet they are very, very important because they affect our quality of interactions, and we know that our interactions determine our quality of life, and also by extension, it determines whether our objectives at the workplace are going to be met or not. So in our daily lives, you get that on a daily basis, do I do this or do I do that? Do I go to this college or do I do this? Do I go for studies or do I construct a house? All those are things that we encounter on a daily basis. So in a nutshell, what are we saying? That in a problem solving is a situation which is a systematic approach to defining the issue at hand and creating a number of possible solutions to the situation, and by extension, taking the best decision that we can take at that particular time. So we are saying that at every time or in our interactions and in our working, and even our colleagues that we are going to work with at the workplaces, they encounter situations that sometimes put them in a sort of a dilemma whereby they are not very sure whether to do this or to do that. And maybe they are going to approach us for advice, for assistance, or for backup, or for support to be able to make a very effective decision. So in our own capacity as mental health champions, we need these skills for ourselves so that we make decisions that work for our benefit and work for the organizations that we work for. And also, we make decisions, we assist our colleagues and our bosses and our supervisees to make decisions when they come to us, when they learn that now we are trained mental health champions, when they come to us for assistance. We can move on the next slide. So what are some of the steps that we may use that are evidence-based, that when we are encountered with a problem that we may follow? The first step, or step one, is to define a problem. What is the issue? Sorry, there's some noise. Somebody's mic is on. Okay, we can proceed. So problem solving starts with the definition of the problem. If you do not know what you are solving, then you cannot get an answer. You have to define the problem. What is the issue that you are confronted with, so that you start looking at the options that are there. So definition and understanding and delimiting the problem, or putting the boundaries to the problem. To what extent is this problem, will go a long way in helping you to find possible solutions. Then two, we have create alternative solutions. If this is the situation, if this is the problem that I'm encountered, that is facing me, what are the possible solutions to this problem? For instance, my interview is due in a month's time for promotion. At the same time, I'm due for a tour, let's say to Israel. And the tour will take, like, for example, 2 months. And the Public Service Commission, in this case, maybe does not allow video interview. So do I go to Israel? Do I go to Israel? Or do I forfeit the journey to Israel and wait for the interview, which I'm not very sure whether I will be considered or not? So on a daily basis, we are encountered with such situations, such dilemmas, and such problems that we need to assist. Or even as a mental health champion at your workplace, a lady or even a young man approaches you that the boss is sexually harassing her or him, and he is not sure of what to do. So he is coming to you as a mental health champion, requesting for your advice and support. So we need to understand first, as the first step, what is the problem? What is the problem that is being presented to us? And what are the alternative solutions? Can you take a transfer? Is a solution. Can you confront the boss? Is a solution. Can you report the boss to the boss of the boss? That is also a solution. Another. So we explore the pros and the cons of these possible solutions, 3, 4, 5 possible solutions, and then we arrive at the right decision for that. Then number 3, Number 3, we evaluate alternatives and select. Sorry, I'm using a phone, and sometimes the phones are very small. Evaluate the alternatives and select one of the alternatives. So among the alternatives that we have come up with, which is the best alternative that can assist us to overcome this problem? And number 4, implement and follow up on the solution. If it doesn't work, then there is no mistake in going back to step 1 and see what did not work, and then how can we solve this problem in the best way possible. We can proceed to the next slide. And what is decision making? Whereas a problem is the finding a solution to a challenge that one is facing, a decision is making a choice between one or more alternatives. That if I'm faced with a situation whereby I'm supposed to make this decision or that decision, to take this alternative or that alternative, then that would be a decision that I would have made. You look at those two gentlemen, they are looking at the directions. They can either go left, they can either go right, they can either proceed. So that aspect whereby one is asking self whether to follow this or that, that is a situation we refer to as decision making. And in life, on daily basis, and some of the decisions that we make can be very, very subtle. For example, in the morning, what influences the decision of the choice of the rather, let's say the cloth that you are wearing now, or what influence the decision? Like, for example, if you are going for lunch and we have quite a variety of food on the table, what influences that decision that you take? I'm going to take this and not take that. So we, on daily basis, we are confronted with decisions, and we are told that our quality of life and our quality of mental health is as good as the decisions that we make. That we are a fine product, we are a total product or a sum product of the decisions that we have made all along since we became cognitive that I'm supposed to take this or that. There are people who take decisions to be this, and there are those people who take decisions to be that. So a human being is a sum total of the decisions that they have taken in life. So we are learning this because it is very, very important that as mental health champions, as we advise and work with our colleagues who may be having issues that have been discussed throughout the week, the mental health issues, the developmental fixations, and all that, we may be able to be equipped with the skills to assist them to make the right decision. Do I go to hospital or not? Do I not go to hospital? Do I see a counselor or do I not see a counselor? Do I take leave or do I not take leave? So it's important that we be equipped with these skills so that we assist them to make right decisions. And even ourselves as mental health champions, and even us as facilitators and counselors, we are encouraged to make proper use of this decision making, because at the end of the day, it is human life that we are protecting, and therefore we need to be very, very cautious when making certain situations or certain decisions, especially those that influence on human life. We may proceed. We may proceed. Types of decisions. We have decisions of whether. This is the yes or no, either or decisions that must be made before we proceed with the selection of an alternative. Decisions whether are made by weighing reasons, pro and con. What are the advantages of me going back to school? what are the disadvantages? What are the advantages of me taking up this assignment, or rather this trip to Mombasa, and what are the disadvantages? So in this case, you get that people are confronted with I either do this or this. In other words, we have two options, which we have to choose one among us. And in this, we explore the pros and the cons. And a good example sometimes, like for us who are in the practicing field, is a situation, or rather sometimes we are confronted with situations where a couple, they have reached a stage where they are thinking that they have to be divorced. Maybe it's the husband who feels like, I think I can't continue in this relationship, or it is the wife who feels that I think enough is enough. So does she divorce or does she not divorce? So as always, as mental health champions and as counselors, we are always advised that we don't make decisions for people, but we assist them to make their own decisions. Because if I do make such a decision, I may not be able to live that decision. So we assist the clients to assess what are the pros and what are the cons of divorcing or not. Supposing I divorce today, what will happen to me? What will happen to my children? What will happen to my husband? And supposing I stayed in this relationship or in this marriage, what will happen? Hello?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So that is the first type of decision, the decision of whether or. I was giving an example, divorce, do I divorce or do I not divorce? And if I divorce, there are the consequences. Am I able to live with the consequences of divorcing? Or if I don't divorce, there are these consequences that I'm going to live with. And I was reminding myself and ourselves that as we work in this, let us be very, very cautious, because sometimes you may give an advice or take a decision for somebody in such a delicate situation, and when things don't work out, you will be blamed. So we are always cautious so that we do not make any decision for anybody, but we assist them to reach a decision that is beneficial to their lives. And the key cardinal point in this practice is the need to preserve and conserve and protect human life. So always we go to which decision is going to protect the human life of this person in such life-threatening dilemmas. The second type is the decisions of which here we have several alternatives, but then we have to pick one. A situation whereby you have this or this or that. There are 3, 4, 5 alternatives, and then you are supposed to pick on one. In this case, we weigh each and every alternative, and then we look at the pros and the cons, and we see which decision or which option best suits this client or this officer or this public servant. We may proceed. Type 3 is contingent decisions. These are decisions that have been made but put on hold until some condition is met. For example, we have a young officer in our office. Let's say the one who is on attachment or who is on internship. And he is considering, do I go for my master's? Do I continue with this internship? Or do I stop and go and do business? So you get that this person may, or do I marry immediately? That is in stage 2. But now in stage 3, this person may have decided that I think I need to marry, but now I'm not able to, I'm not financially stable to marry today, but I think I can marry in 2025. So this is a decision that has been made, but put on hold until I get a job, or until I complete my master's, or until I stabilize, or my business stabilizes, then I will be able to marry. So that kind of a decision that has been made, but then its implementation has been delayed until a certain condition is met, is what we refer to as the contingent decisions. We may proceed. Can we proceed? Thank you. Steps in decision making. Sometimes some of them may appear like they are repetitive, but we have to do it. We'll have to do our best to see whether we can make a distinction. Steps in decision making. Step one is identify the decision to be made together with the goals that should be achieved. What is the decision that is supposed to be made, and what do I want to achieve as a public servant, as a mental health champion, or this person who has come for assistance? Identification of the problem to be sorted out, or spotting of opportunities for improvement in performance. What do I need to do to improve my life? In this case, we are talking about a human being or has the capacity to improve. A human being has the capacity to improve, and given the right conditions, a human being has the capacity to improve. I think I did see our former governor of Nairobi, Mike Sonko. He has really struggled with the ex-boxing champion, Conjestina Cheng. At one time, we saw the former champion in a very bad state that some of us were wondering what was happening. But upon being given the right conditions for treatment and rehabilitation, was it yesterday or yesterday, but one, I saw a very smart girl that has come out of the girl that we thought, many of us thought that she was done and dusted. But then given the right conditions, human beings are able to change. So step 1B, we say that we identify the problem to be sorted out and spotting of opportunities. For example, in this case, the former governor identified that this lady, given the right conditions, given the right medication, the right conditions and everything, she was able to change. Now, C of that is that this is the step in which managers become aware, or rather mental health champions become aware, that some actions need to be taken by them and start the process of deciding on what the action needs to be. A decision made without action remains just that, a problem that one is facing and thinks about it and comes up with a solution to that problem, but does not implement, becomes just that, a problem. But then in this case, we are being told that as we make these decisions, we have to put them into action or into practice. And once we put them into action, then the problem or the decision that we are trying to solve becomes actionable, and then it improves our lives. But the key point in this slide is that a human being can improve given the right conditions. And it is upon us as mental health champions sometimes to assess some of the clients in our respective MCDS, what condition is this person in? Supposing the condition was improved better. Supposing this person was transferred, what is the inner ability of this person? Maybe he has been assigned a duty or a task that makes him very, very uncomfortable. Supposing we change him from this section to that section, can this person perform better? So always we are reminded that human beings can improve. And as psychologists and counselors, we always say that we don't give up on anybody. The only person we give up on is a person who is 6 feet under. But anybody else who is still breathing, we are always encouraged to see the positive side of this person and support him to become the best that he or she can be. We can proceed. Can we proceed? So as we proceed, maybe any participants to share an experience of a decision or a problem encountered and how they sorted it out. Any participant to share? Any issue, mostly work related, any issue, any problem, any decision that, any challenge that one faced and how you decided on it, maybe to just give us a practical example of what we are talking about. Somebody to share? Are we there?
Yes, Marim.
Yes.
This is Jane Diba.
Yes, Jen.
We had, I've had an experience of actually 2 colleagues who had issues. Maybe they had emanated from other, it could have been medical or something, but they were not able to handle the work they were assigned or which they were employed to do as such. They could not carry the whole weight, and especially because it involved signing sensitive documents. And in this case, what we did as an office is just to ensure the person is given to sign just a very, very few documents which do not entail a lot of implications, just to make them float like they are. But when it came to work, they were given the lighter duties to handle. Apart from the fact that some of them had to have some interventions. But we did not chase them to the office, but chose to give light duties. Yeah.
That is good. Thank you, Jane, for sharing. Somebody else? I'm not able to see hands, sorry, on my side. I'm just seeing 2 hands raised, but I'm not able to see who. Yes, one can volunteer.
Morning. Morning.
Morning to you, sir.
Okay, there was this issue of lateness or absenteeism from work, whereby we used to sign on a manual, to sign a book, but somebody can send a colleague and sign on behalf, but they are absent. When the human resource goes around checking, they find that the officer is not absent, is not present, but the register book is present. So the management decided to use the biometric sign, to use the biometric, whereby you can't send anybody to bring your figure there. And the problem was solved. Yes.
Thank you. That's Wambua?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for that sharing. So in a nutshell, we are saying that you can see from those 2 examples of Jen and Wambua that at times we are confronted with what we are learning about on daily basis at the workplace, that this is a case like, for example, Wambua, they want to improve work or rather duty or work attendance, that some people don't turn up to work. So what do we do? Let's introduce a book. But then now, Kenyans as they are, they become cleverer than the person who designed that. So they now assign friends to sign for them. But now when it comes to biometric, it becomes the situation has been sorted out. And I think it is the same issue that was faced with NHIF and other insurance companies, where people are going in and treating their relatives using just one card, and the insurance were losing a lot of money until now they came up with the biometric signing in, so that when I'm sick, I sign in using my biometric, so that the hospital and the NHIF or rather the insurance provider or medical scheme provider is sure that the person who is insured is the person who is getting the service. So you can get that with time. We always are confronted with problems and issues that we have to decide on. Same to the case of Jen, two colleagues that are maybe having medical conditions, and yet they have to be given assignment. So the HR looks at it and then says, I think we can give them this type of a job. They'll do better because of the medical conditions that they are facing. And on the same note, I don't know, maybe the HRs who are here may enlighten us. We come from various cultures, various backgrounds, and so some of our cultures, for example, some of us from the Meru, the Maasai, and all some other cultures, a man is not supposed to go to the kitchen. You have advertised a job of a support staff. You've taken an officer from this culture that men are not supposed to go to the kitchen. So when he attends and when he now reports, then you tell him part of your job description will be, you'll be preparing tea for the officers and all that. So if the officer says that he's not allowed to step in the kitchen, how do you go about it? He has reported and he's saying that according to my culture, I'm not allowed to step in there in the kitchen. How do we go about it? Our HR or anybody else who is here?
Yes, can I make contributions?
Yes, please.
I am Mary Ngugi.
Yes, Madam Mary.
And in the course of employment, I have never handled an officer who said they can't go to the kitchen. We have employed them because our job advert is usually very clear with duties and responsibilities. So by the time they are applying, they know what they are exactly coming to do.
Okay.
I have never handled a scenario unless we have contributions from the floor. Maybe our experiences are different. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mary. Somebody else? Yeah, I'm saying this because, Madam, there was a case that we handled of an officer in a certain ministry who reported, but he came from a culture, I think it was from the Turkana tribe. And then he said that for them, they are not allowed. And he was not understanding how he could be preparing tea and then giving to people who are sitting in the office, some of whom were female. And according to them, somebody cannot prepare tea for a female person. So maybe we may not have experienced such, but then we are saying that in such scenarios, we may want now to use our counseling skills to sit the officer down and tell him that yes, we have the cultural, tribal inclinations that we have, but again, we also have the duty that you signed to, that you are now an officer, and try to negotiate with this officer that this work is not necessarily a demeaning work, but it is work that is designated and designed for that you are going to undertake, and you are not here permanently. You may take upgrading courses, and then you may upgrade to any level that you wish to be. So we are saying that we may encounter such scenarios, and then they may be very, very they may be disturbing. So we need to be very cautious when we are handling the decisions, especially those that are related to human beings. So step 2 is establishing objectives. What do we want to achieve at the end of the day? As we do all these things, what is it that we want to achieve? Do we want to, what is it? Is the situation that the objective that we want to to achieve? Is it very clear or it is vague? If the objective is vague, then chances are that we may not arrive at the best solution. Then we have the third one is get the facts right. Sometimes when there is an issue, especially when we have a conflict at the workplace, and you take a decision based on one side of the story, when you get to hear the other side of the story, you get that you got it totally wrong because you only listen to one side of the story. So it is always good to go down to the facts. What are the facts that are pertain to this scenario that is requiring me as a mental health champion to make a decision either for myself or for the people that I'm going to be assisting in my workplace. We can proceed. We can proceed. Sorry. Yes, thank you. Identify the alternatives. What are the alternatives? I think you talked about it. Compare the alternatives. We put them on the scale. Supposing I did this, supposing I did this, supposing I did this. What are this decision? What are the pros and the cons? The pros and the cons. Then we take the best decision that is applicable. Then select one alternative. We have talked about it. We can proceed. We select one alternative, we can proceed. Hello? Have we skipped one slide? Plan the action. Plan the action of the alternative that I think we have skipped one slide.
Number 6, yeah. 5, yeah.
So identify the alternatives, compare the alternatives, select one of the alternatives, then we can go to 7, plan the action. What action am I going to take? And then we take the action. I think the final point is what is very, very important. That if we do everything that we do and we do not take any action, then the problem will remain, or the issue or the challenge will remain as it were in the first case. But if we take an action and we solve the issue, then we say we've assisted. And in our day-to-day working, always, even when we work with our clients, we always develop what we call the action plan. Yes, you have been drinking. Yes, you are feeling like you need to stop drinking. These are the alternatives that are there. You can continue drinking and lose your job, lose your life, or become sick, or you can stop drinking. Or if the person is drinking so highly, it may reduce the amount of alcohol that he is taking. So if he said that I want to stop, then what action are we going to take, and how do we ensure the M&E, the monitoring and evaluation, how to ensure that the action you have taken, you are implementing as agreed per week, per 2 weeks, per month, or per 3 months, so that the person becomes a better person than he was in the beginning. You can proceed. Decision making is the one true distinctive characteristics of managers and mental health champions, and even counselors, and even the people that we work with. As I said earlier, the quality of the lives that we lead, to some extent and to a greater extent, depends on the quality of decisions that we make individually and at times collectively. Decisions made by top managers commit to the total organization towards a particular cause or action. In this case, that we are seeing that some decisions that may be made, for example, like what was being discussed yesterday in the budget, you get that decision that has been made by the parliamentarians and the executive will definitely affect very many people. So top management, even us in our management life and as mental health champions, the decisions that we take in our boardrooms as we deliberate on various policies, as we decide on the mental health program that I had Madam Grace teaching about, what we need to do and what we cannot do. As we decide on that program, we need to be very, very clear that some of that decision, one single decision, may really affect. For example, I had the discussion about how many times a person can be taken to a rehab. That is a decision that can be made by the senior management staff, and that decision alone can either make or break a human being. If we say that no, these people are drunkards, they can only be given one chance, then you see that since ADA is a mental illness, one goes for rehab and then he doesn't make it. And because we wrote in the policy that this person, if he goes and then he comes back and he relapses, he has to be terminated or separated from duty, then you get that decision that was made at the top management goes down to affect very many people. Because as this person is being separated from duty, it is not just him. He has a family, he has a future, he has a generation, and most of them after separation, we get that you make a follow-up after 3, 6, 7 months, they are not there. So the decisions that we make are very, very important, especially as managers and also as mental health champions. At the center of it, always let us remember that we are not making decisions about animals or trees or stones. We are making decisions about human beings. And always when making decisions about human beings, let us always be on the side that promotes the well-being of humanity and not on the side that affects the humanity negatively. As Madam said yesterday, Madam Grace, we must sometimes work with the touch of human heart. Yes, this is what the law says. Yes, this officer has been away for 3 months. The law says that in such a case, do this and this and this and this. But can we just take time to understand this officer? Supposing we are dismissing an officer who is going through depression, and many people today are suffering depression. As we learned about those signs, it is not very easy to detect that this person is going through depression. So this person is absenting himself or herself from work, but because it's not because he wishes to be absent, it's because he is going through a lot, and some of the things that people go through are very private that they may not even be able to share with their supervisors. So for us as supervisors, we think that this person is in discipline, he needs to be sacked. But inside the person, we get that this person is sick and therefore he needs to be assisted. So that human touch is very, very important. Always we have to stand on the side. Yes, I know we have the organization that we work for, the government. It must always get value for its money. But again, we also say that when people given the right conditions and the right aspect and given us the right support from the workplace and even from home, family, and friends, people have the ability to change for the better. So it's important that we be patient with people as we work with them, and then we assist them the much we can. We may proceed. Somebody has an issue to raise? Veronica? Yes, Veronica.
I don't have any issue. The hand is raised by mistake. Sorry.
Pardon?
I don't have any issue. It was raised by mistake. The hand.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. There was one more person other than Veronica.
Okay, I'm asking this question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, before coming to a decision of either reprimanding or sending somebody home, and yet we have started from the process of taking them for the counseling. And you remember, in the counseling, there's a contractual form of confidentiality.
Yes.
So the counselor, how will we get any information from the counselor, or what the counselor will do to this person, that when they come to the when the HR is coming to a decision making of any problem with the employee, which information should be got from the counselor?
Thank you, Mr. Ombo, for that question. And it's a very valid and very pertinent question. Now, the way we work as counselors is that we fall under the category we refer to as privileged communication. Privileged communication category means that we get access to people's private lives that they may not wish to be shared out, because each and every person has a public life and also has a private life. So once a person comes for counseling and shares with me some of the issues that are considered very private, yeah. For example, allow me to use this case. For example, a male public servant who is suffering from impotence, and it is the depression is a result of him suffering from a medical condition which is impotence. So if he is now in this depression and the source of depression is his failure to perform, then I may not divulge that information. All that I may say is that if I'm writing back to the HR or the administration, I may say that so and so is my client. He has contracted to attend 10 sessions. So far, he has done 2 sessions. He may be having a medical condition that is being addressed medically, as we also address our counseling side. Kindly allow him time to attend a session. So without divulging any private information, because you can imagine the depression side is medical, and any medical condition for anybody is considered a private information. And then now the cause of that medical condition is even a condition that is further more private, that he has divulged to me that for the last 5 years, 10 years, this has been my condition. So you get that because of that, this person is affected psychologically, and because of that, he may have slipped into depression. That is why he's not turning up on duty. So if we do sack this person, we are sacking somebody who is already sick. So for us, administratively, we always protect our clients, because we know, given the right conditions and the right things, somebody can change. We always protect our clients, that they may be given time, and in time, some of them have proved, and many that we have seen, they have changed for the better. And for us as mental health champions, when you change the life of one person, you change the life of that generation, because the family will be okay, and also the children will be okay. I've seen the hand of Ngutia.
Yes, Mwalimu. My concern is how long should the manager take in the name of waiting for a patient to recover, or for the worst, if he doesn't recover, for him to make a decision? Because now here is a manager who is confronted with the targets to meet. Now, some of these cases take too long. Like where I'm working, there is a case that has been persisting for the last, I think, over 10 years. This is a guy who had an issue with alcoholism. He went to a rehab. He went to a rehab, ran away, went again, ran away. The third time he went, I think he finished. When he came back, he retrogressed. Now he is there. He cannot be able to deliver, and here is dealing with the students. He cannot even be able. This is a person who cannot even be able to write his own ID number, and so on and so on. Now, for the last 10 years,
look at the patient at the vis-a-vis as the manager, you are supposed to be delivering. How would you make a decision now in that kind of a scenario? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ngutia, for that. That's a very, very good question and a very good, a serious concern in most places that we do our trainings. I think the question was partly answered in one of the presentations, but I may also just take time to go back to it. That especially in this case that Mr. Ngutia is giving us as an example. People relapse even 10 times before they recover. And the question that I heard Madam Grace ask, and which I will also want to ask, is that supposing I was having a recurrent condition, medical condition, that is not going away, how would I wish to be treated by my employer? Supposing I have, for example, I don't know which medical condition that I choose. For example, kidney failure. Supposing I have kidney failure, that every week I have to go for dialysis for 3 days. That 3 days after dialysis, I'm not able to work. So the manager, the employer, has to bear with me. And this is a condition that is not going to go away in the next 5 years, 10 years. I am 25. So what can we do? This is a human decision, because we say somebody who is having an alcohol addiction is somebody who is having a brain disease. And that is what we are telling our managers, that we may want to be very, very patient with this person. And the reason why people relapse, like in this case that Andrew is talking about, is because the underlying issue has not been addressed. Once we discover the underlying condition, the person always will change. And if we have been following this debate on the alcohol and drug abuse, we'll get that some excessive use of drugs predisposes somebody to get mental illness. That is on one side. And again, on the other side, we have a scenario whereby somebody has a pre-existing mental condition like depression, like bipolar, that predisposes him to use drugs. So has a psychiatric assessment been done to this officer to determine whether he is not having either a drug-induced mental disorder or whether he was having a mental disorder before he started using drugs, or in the course of using drugs, he acquired another mental disorder. So for us, we are saying that if this person is taking alcohol or relapsing because he's having depression, or because he is bipolar, or because he's schizophrenic, then it is very unfair for us to separate this person from duty simply because he's not recovering. But as mental health champions, we ought now to interrogate further. Why is this person going for rehab and coming back and not relapsing? And as we say, alcohol and drug abuse is a symptom of an underlying psychological and medical condition sometimes. So unless that issue has been discovered and dealt with, then we may not be able to deal with the situation. I don't know whether I've responded to that issue, Andrew.
Yeah, you have done it perfectly, sir.
Thank you, thank you. So we can proceed in the interest of time. I was told that we have to stop by 1. Yeah. So guidelines for decision making: avoid decision making traps. Treat every decision like a crisis. Treating every decision like a crisis. Not every decision is a crisis. There are some decisions that need time to be understood and be dealt with. Responding inappropriately to failure. Times when we make a decision or plan of action and a client does not change or things do not work out, some of us, especially those of us who are perfectionists, we tend to think that it is my failure, it is because of my inadequacy that the action was not properly followed. But then we are advised that we ought to we ought not to respond to every decision that has not worked as a failure, because every decision that has not worked, we are learning that this situation cannot work, or this approach on this issue cannot work. On this, I remember the famous guy, what is his name again? Thomas somebody, the one who invented the bulbs. It is said, if we Google, that this guy tried 1,000 times to invent a bulb that could emit light or produce light using electricity. Initially, people told him that it can't work. But every time he tried and it didn't work, he said that I have eliminated what does not work. So I'm moving closer to what works. So every time we take a decision and it doesn't work the way we expected, we should not look at it as failure, but as a way forward.